story. Roger Stone is featured in it. Erica, do you want to give a little, since you watched it, you want to get a little synopsis?
I haven't watched it.
Oh, even better. Okay, there you go. So again, Sunday night, 5 p.m. Eastern time, a subscribers only event. You need to subscribe to the channel. You can do so above. In fact, we have a subscriber goal for tonight. You want to help us get there and join the party. When you subscribe, you will automatically be included in our subscribers only channel that is in Discord. You don't need to be a subscriber to join our Discord. That's open to everyone. And while you guys are chit-chatting, I might be able to fix the link so it's not broken for everybody. I hope. But so again, the goal here is that we have this event. We've been promising this for a long time, and it's on me. I'm sorry we haven't pulled this off sooner, but looks like we figured it out finally. So thank you to Erica. Thank you to Jess. A storm foretold. It's connected. It was the Danish. There's a subwave going on now, friends. Please help us now, friends. Who was his testimony and his footage was used as part of the January 6th committee hearings, which also then led to indictments. So we have a feeling that maybe it's not widely available in the U.S. because of how sort of explosive it is. But this
Probably
is
for
what
the
we're
same
going to.
reason they didn't want The Apprentice to be shown.
Exactly. So why don't you guys, let's talk. So Erica, what's on your mind? Well, maybe if you guys are doing that, I can probably fix this.
Well, I just wanted to say, and this is to do with other stuff, other projects that we've had going on, that I received not some Facts merch, but some Erica merch today. This is my Go Narwhals hoodie. Yeah, my sports ball hoodie. So I'm checking out the quality of the merch, and it's really nice and cozy. Just wanted to say. So if you do want to check out Facts Store, please go to his bio, and you will find it there. If you are a subscriber and you go to the subscribers only section of Discord, you will get a link that will get you 10% off anything that you buy in the merch store, all designed by my own fair hands. So except the logos. The logos are not mine.
Okay, so just there's a running joke that's your boy, and I'll take it and I'll own it. I'm not the most technically competent individual on planet Earth. I realize that. But while you guys were talking and while Erica was plugging her own products, which is weird, like whatever.
I was plugging your merch store.
That's right. I forgot. Sorry. I think I fixed the Discord link. So hopefully that's taken care of now. The link to our Discord channel is in the link tree, which is in my bio. So hopefully we are good to go now, friends. So
those darn links
thank you, Jen. Thank you, Jen, for hooking us up.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Yes, done. All right, we need one more sub within the next 4 minutes, and we're good. So just as another reminder, again, I want to, for people that are just joining and new subscribers, I just want another reminder on the Apprentice movie. So I participated in the Kickstarter, which then part of the promise was not only do I get my name in the credits, which I think is just petty, but I love it. We would gain access to the stream after the limited distribution, which was today. And it does not look like they being the producers of the movie, have landed on a streaming service yet, which is why we don't yet have when we'll get this stream. So when we do that, we'll have another subscribers only event and we'll stream it. Or you can go to the theaters and see it, although it's really limited. The distribution is limited. I think they're trying to see how it's been received. So far, the reviews I've seen, it's been lukewarm, but the people that have liked it have really liked it. So I'm going to ask, I'm curious about
lukewarmness. I'm curious about the lukewarmness.
Yeah, I'd be curious about if you're a Trump supporter, do you go to the movie?
Or I'm wondering if it's like the lukewarmness is from like a theatrical critical point of view of the storytelling, but not necessarily the subject matter. I'm curious about that.
That's right. All right, let's bring up a guest or two, and we'll have our conversations this evening, and we'll just ask this question. Please keep tapping and sharing, friends. Let's bang it out if we can. I'd really appreciate that. 237 people in here. Let's easily get to 35K.
Hey,
in
now.
No time.
Bang it out.
Yes. Well, and I forgot to do this. We need to do this. Oh my gosh.
Put the new disclaimer on.
Hold on. Let me close this. I'm all over the place today. All right, let's do this.
And personal, as we discuss.
Hold on. Sorry, I'll do it again.
Yeah, we completed our subway. Thank you, folks.
Thank you for completing the subway, you guys. Thank you, everybody. I'm lousy at that. I should always try to thank subscribers. Thank you all for subscribing. I appreciate you all. It's not my cup of tea to kind of go back. My little neurospicy brain kind of bounces me around in a whole bunch of different directions. So
Between all of us, our neurospicy brain makes up one neurotypical brain, so it's all right.
is that what we're saying?
That's the math we're mathing today, buddy.
Okay, I'll take it. So we're sharing in the distractions is what you're saying.
Absolutely.
All right. Let's do this since it is Facts After Dark.
Welcome to Facts After Dark, a safe space to get deep and personal as we discuss adult themes and maybe even some fantasies. Because we all know the deeper, the better. Now turn down the lights, turn up the heat, and let's get spicy. Oh yeah.
All right.
Chris makes me moist.
Starving White Child. Good evening. What's on your mind?
What's on my mind is how do you guys feel about Tim Walz passing legislation? Sorry, I just woke up. In Minnesota to allow children to sex change.
Well, he didn't. He doesn't. Governor doesn't pass legislation, friend.
He doesn't?
No, a governor doesn't pass legislation.
Okay, I just wanted to check that because I was seeing a lot of news about it.
Right, but again, that's why I'm glad you asked. But so, how does legislation get passed?
Through Congress.
Yeah, or in a state, it would be through the state houses or state assemblies. But it's legislation that would be introduced, and then the governor would either sign it into law or veto it. So, what are you referring to?
Just some information I found. It was like Tim Walz passed it to allow. I don't know. He's supporting it, I guess.
Maybe you don't know anything about it.
Yeah,
That's safe to say.
So what, do you have a question about said legislation that you would like answered?
No, I just wanted to fact check it, just to see if you guys had any info on that or knew anything about it.
I think that I'm not sure you're the one that has the info on it, friend. So I think maybe, if you want to research it instead of maybe, did you get it from a headline? Did you get it from a Facebook meme? I mean, where did you get it from?
Headline.
Okay. So that's the danger, right? That's the danger right there. Because I could say, headline, starving white child stole a Ford pickup truck. And I would be immediately convinced if I were that, due respect, gullible to believe that you stole a pickup truck. Would that be fair for me to do that?
No.
No. Yeah, so do a little bit of research. Spend a little bit of time, do a little bit of research because I don't think you have all the information you need for that conversation, friend. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. You have a good night.
I mean, Beyonce's internet exists,
Yeah.
But if you want to find the information, you can. See, it's disingenuous. I'm tired of this stuff that they do. I'm tired of this. Well, did you know about, please tell me what you've done to find any counterbalance to the thing that you're questioning. Because let me tell you, I've
Good point.
done the thing to find counterbalance, like primary, secondary, tertiary sources. Oh, that headline seems bizarre to me. Let me go figure out what might be true. They had the guy who started PolitiFact back in 2008 was on The Daily Show with, I think, Jordan Klepper last week. And he was talking about, how PolitiFact even got started and the pants on fire stuff, right? Might have been, I think Jon Stewart actually might have had him on. I don't even remember, but who the host was. But yeah, it was John, because he's like, you gave me a pants on fire even once upon a time. And so the guy was like, you see, but that's the thing. You cared that your pants were on fire. You cared because you felt bad about it. You were like, ooh, I didn't mean to spread stuff that wasn't true factually. But that's the difference between what we do and what they do is they like the non-factual because it fuels, it confirms their bias. And then that's all they need. They need the confirmation bias. They don't really need the truth.
Well, I think as well, thank you, Buzz. We don't need any of that. I think part of
Agreeing with me.
that guy who just came up, his first thing that he said was, "How do you guys feel about the fact that this thing happened?" And how do we feel about something fictional? I don't know how I feel about something
Harry
fictional.
Potter. Yeah, you know, like I don't know.
Yeah, how do I feel about clean socks? Awesome.
They're cool.
I'm a
Love clean
big
socks.
fan of clean socks. I'll take a
Melissa, you
slightly
said that-
used sock if I'm honest.
So Melissa in the comments said, you live in Minnesota. The Minnesota House approved gender affirming care legislation back in April. Okay.
Cool. I'm
Good
glad
for
they
them.
did. That's good
Definitely.
because people should get the health care that they need to be themselves and human and safe and healthy.
But that's
So-
still not the governor passing anything.
Right.
Right. Yeah. Basic civics lessons, which is, of course, we know that we need that.
I'm sure Tim Walz was like, yes, that's a good thing. And
Prefer
had to
clean
sign
sheets
it.
over clean socks. Prefer clean. Yeah. I mean, so here's the, okay. Since you threw it out there, Jilly, there's not much better than like freshly cleaned sheets that come from the dryer. And I have a big bed, and I have the mattress cover is also heated.
Oh,
and-
Erica, did you hear him?
So it's one,
He's got a big bed and a heated mattress cover,
He's
Erica.
talking my language.
I walked right into that, didn't
A
I?
heated mattress cover?
Yeah,
Who the
under the
hell do
sheet.
you think you are?
I'm like the princess in the pea. I'm the prince in the pea. That's me. Hey, don't be yucking my yum. It's on my mind, okay?
Do
Seriously.
you go round
No-
the bars
no
with
topic
that?
too
Are you like, ladies, you might want to come home with me because I do have a heated mattress cover.
Oh yeah, that's such a great line. Hey,
In
just
the
so
cold
you know,
Vermont
I've
nights.
got a heated mattress
And maple
cover.
syrup.
And maple syrup.
You have a
yes.
maple syrup mattress cover. That sounds.
No, that's to pour on it when it's heated.
I don't think you would want that.
We need to have I think our conversation should be some evening. We should talk about the worst pickup lines that you guys have ever been asked, or perhaps the worst ones that certain members of our community may have tried that have just failed miserably.
That would be, yeah, a shit pickup line evening would be good fun.
It would be. I think Amy Dawn's thinking right now.
I do have a funny story though. I did go out on a date here and someone took me to a Mercury game where I did get to sit by BG's wife, which was great. And that was before she got captured in Russia. So it was like before that all happened and it was beautiful. Brittany Griner.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So complete squirrel. I digress. But anyway, this guy asked me out, and he was really nice, and we were talking, and he was lovely, and he's like, "Oh, let's go to the Mercury game. He had season tickets for the Suns, and so you get the Mercury tickets, like the WNBA is part of a thing with season tickets for the guys, I guess. So whatever." Anyway, so we go to the game, and there was some issue with his tickets. And so in his, I don't know why he did it kind of way, he was like, well, can I just buy because we were supposed to get the seats assigned, and he's like, they were having trouble, and he's like, can I just buy floor seats? Kind of like in a show-offy way, but I was like, sure, I'm here for it, whatever. I was just observing in the background, and he was taking care of it. So I'm like, okay, cool. I've never been to the arena, whatever. I go on the floor. We have an amazing time. Oh my gosh, it was great. I didn't know you get like a special little concierge area when you have floor seats. Like, I'm living my best life, right? It was fun. We get done. And he drops me off. It was very gentlemanly, completely ghosted me after that, never talked to me again. You spent $800 on floor seats on me, and for what reason? Like, it was so, I don't know. I mean, okay, it was fine that you didn't. I enjoyed it. It was the most bizarre thing in my life. I hope he's okay. My first thought was, I hope he's okay.
Of course it was. Of course that was your thought.
I don't know if he was salty that I didn't sleep with him or what.
That's the worst thing when you don't get closure and you just have to automatically assume that the other person is unalived, because that's the only reason you can think of why they would not have got back in touch with you.
And he didn't, he was very gentle. He didn't even do a thing that made me feel like he was trying to come in when he dropped me off. Like, it was so lovely and just very intellectual. He was sweet. And so it wasn't even the type of date where I would be like, oh, he's just mad I didn't, I don't want to, like, it didn't even feel that way. So I truly am just concerned. I hope he is safe.
I think it's just sad, Amy Dawn, that the percentage of people who survive up to a week after a first date with me is so low. You know?
Amy Dawn, the question is, see, you didn't last long enough to find out whether or not he had a heated mattress cover. I mean, that's the big thing. Although you're in Phoenix. You're in Phoenix.
That's the question that everyone's asking.
There's the note. Ask more questions about mattress covers for future reference. Okay.
Amy Dawn, I went out on a guy. I didn't go out on a guy. I went out on a date with a guy who had narcolepsy, and I fell asleep during the movie.
Girl, I fall asleep during movies. I don't have narcolepsy.
No, I also don't have narcolepsy, but the narcoleptic guy was awake the whole time. It was just me that was asleep.
Oh no, that's so funny. I mean, not really. No, it's not funny at all. I'm so sorry. That's really funny.
The Discord's blowing up. The amount of stories that people have from, well, again, what's on your mind?
Yeah.
This subject goes. I recall.
Somebody had a great pickup line in the comments. Hold on, let me roll that back. Excuse me, did you fall out? What is it? Excuse me, miss, but did you fall out of a salt shaker because you're so damn fine? Oh, okay, you got to do it with a little accent. So damn fine.
Wow.
Do your legs hurt because you've been running through my mind all day?
Oh.
I'll buy dinner if you cook breakfast.
Oh, see now. Hey now.
That's much better than the ones that I've heard.
Really? It never worked.
Well, you weren't asking the right person, clearly.
That's true.
I mean, or maybe you should offer to cook the breakfast too. Maybe that's the issue.
But both, and then it's like a sure thing, dinner and breakfast.
I'll buy dinner and cook you breakfast.
Oh, there's so many really bad ones that are just running through my head right now.
I'm telling you. Yes, pancakes.
I don't get chatted up very often, so it's not like I've not heard that many in person.
I had a 27-year-old hit on me when I was 47. No, there was a big full hard stop. If I have children older than you, that's a full stop. No.
So what's the math on that? Someone told me that one time. What's the math?
It's half your age plus 7.
Half your age plus 7.
As long as you're at least. I've got to work out the minimum age that works for.
So half your age plus 7. Everybody's doing the math right now in their heads. Everybody in here, I guarantee, is doing the math in their heads.
So mine's like
carry the
35 and a half.
What is it?
No, hang on a minute. Half my age is 22 and a half.
How old am I?
Plus,
yeah.
Is it? Yeah. I'm not going out with a 27 and a half year old. That's ridiculous.
Wow.
Well, that's the math.
The math is not
The
mathing.
math is not mathing for me.
30, so 35? Yeah, okay. I mean, again, that's the math.
Steve's like, I'm cool with that. I'm cool.
I'm just saying, like, I mean, that's reasonable, right? Is
And
that
if you're
reasonable?
35 and above in the chat, do send Steve a DM.
I was 27 and my ex-husband was 40.
Oh, yeah, sorry, 29 and a half. That's more reason. I added 5.
Somebody said, go young, stamina. Jay, there you go. It's bad, though. You're right, I guess.
I've
So
been
my
watching,
oldest now,
yeah,
my oldest will be 23. So that would be, yeah.
I've been watching Love is Blind, and so I'm just particularly interested in the age differences and some of the people that get in there, and yeah, it's pretty fun.
I went out on a date like quite a long time ago. I was probably 30 with someone who was maybe 20. And we had nothing to talk about. We had no share. The music he liked was different to the music I liked. We had there was no common theme. We hadn't seen the same films. I earned my own money and didn't spend my whole life playing video games. We just had nothing to talk about.
That's the key, I think. Because sometimes, age, like they say, age ain't nothing but a number, right? I mean, consent aside, you need to be an adult first and foremost. But it's the connection, right? You got to have something that we can have a conversation about. Because if we can't have a conversation, that's kind of it.
I mean, again, it's the The age thing, I think, hangs people up. I mean, there's some stigmas in society, right? Saying how young is too young, right? I mean, how old is too old?
Hmm.
So does it? Why should it matter? I think again, I'm not saying that people's own choices are their own. I mean, love is love, right? Whatever. Who cares? Don't judge.
It
But
shouldn't matter as long as there's no manipulation, coercion, and there's full consent of everything, and everybody is clear about what their relationship contract is. Yeah, I think all is well. Like, go do you? I mean, I'm even like, if you need a sugar daddy, and there's a sugar daddy out there who needs your beauty, go ahead. Or a sugar mama who needs a thirst trap, go ahead, do it.
you guys should check
Amy
the
Dawn, the
Discord.
thing is,
Nikki's comment
women's
was funny.
relationships have been transactional for the whole of history. So I don't understand why suddenly we're offended by women having transactional relationships, right? Because that's they had to be transactional. You had to get married if you were a woman, and you were given away. That's what that phrase means. You were given away. And then they put a ring on your finger to show that you were someone new property.
I had a
Like
friend of mine friend of mine
always
told that
been
story one time when
transactional.
he was the first one in our group to get engaged, and his fiance at the time, she was our friend before he was, and she was great, and she was hilarious, and she always said, so he gets to put a ring on my finger. It's almost like he lifts his leg and pees on the tree. He's marking his territory, but there's nothing in return. Like, there's no engagement ring for the person
Right?
asking
And
very
not
often,
only
right?
that, you get your husband's surname, like to again show that you're his property,
Right.
right? Um, I'm not.
I'm a firm believer that unless it solves a problem, you don't need to get a legal marriage. You can get a spiritual marriage, but why are you entering a legal contract where the government has a say in case that contract doesn't work out and then can come in and make like no. And if you're going to do that, get a prenup. I don't care if you don't have a pot to piss in. You need a prenup because why would you enter a contract where you didn't have terms as to what happens if the contract becomes no longer a contract?
So maybe that's why the guy didn't call you back. Is when you showed him the prenup on the floor of the basketball game, that might have scared him off a little bit. Ad.
Yeah, that might
I
have
think
been.
we should have a no prenups on a first date rule.
Well, to his credit, he had season tickets, so I was clearly there to fleece him, obviously.
How far would
I
you
like
go
the
for
Suns like that.
courtside seats?
I'm a Laker fan. Like I didn't give two shits. I like go what I don't care. Like if it's Kobe, then okay. Like, but that was a long time.
I'm sorry. We used to be friends, but I'll let that slide.
Don't at me, Steve.
I don't know what to tell you.
Some things you have to just accept. You cannot change.
World champion Boston Celtics. Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Okay.
Go
I also love
Narwhals!
Bill Russell.
Go
I also love Bill
Narwhals.
Russell. I also love Bill Russell, so we can be friends again.
That's fine. And just FYI, so Erica, I mean, her account is private, but she also has a link tree or a link to her merch store in her fake link tree, as she likes to call it.
I have a flink tree.
Flint
Tree.
merch. And my, it's great. Nikki, you're gonna need to stop spamming that crap in
I
our
was just gonna
Discord.
say I knew that would make Nikki put a Yankees comment in the Discord.
Yeah. It's fine. Anyway,
can I-
there's some excellent merch, and I want to thank Erica personally. I have already, but she built our merch store, and there's some really cool stuff in there. I think it's neat. I mean, people have been asking about it for a long time, and we had one, and it had to go away, and it's come back again. So we got some stuff going on. We got merch. We got the YouTube thing working. We got
I
a
love
bunch
the
of stuff.
Facts After Dark merch specifically. That is what I am gonna be ordering.
Sorry,
Absolutely.
my dogs.
Order mine
Okay.
today. Yeah, order mine today. All right, friends. So if you'd like to come up and talk, whatever it is that's on your mind, whatever's in your head that you might want to get out, it could be anything. It could be related to politics. It could be related to relationships. It could just be related to have you ever thought about this? Like Andy Rooney. You ever wondered why? It could be that.
That
Um,
voice.
People that are under 35 just looked at me like, "What the hell are you talking about? Who's that?"
I'm so
I got some shit on my
excited.
mind. I mean, I'll talk. So, it's crazy currently in my life. There's a ton of shit going on. I'm getting pulled in many directions, which I think is why it's probably affected my health a little bit, which is fine. So I'm keeping that in check. The joke is, about burning the candle at both ends. There ain't no candle left. The candle is in the fire pit. So I think it's a good reminder to people that, I always try to find time for myself, but I can't always find time for myself to be able to focus on the things that I really want to do. I mean, I always take time. I joke about this, but I go outside, take my shoes off, put my feet in the grass. It's a little harder to do in the winter, but I'll find a way to work around that. So I would encourage everybody, make sure you're finding some time for yourself. Don't let your cup runneth empty, so to speak.
You can come visit your friend who lives in the desert because we have lovely temperatures in the middle of the winter. So come on down.
That is true. I do owe a trip. That is
You know,
very, very true.
to your point though, I want to thank you and I love you and I'm so glad that you're taking some time. You should do that. Focus on your mental health and make sure your cup stays full so you can pour into everyone else like you always do. And to that point, I just want to bring up this amazing interview that Trevor Noah did with Simon Sinek recently about friendship and things we do that about how to become better friends. And he's doing this whole thing about there's a thing for all the things. There's things to be better entrepreneurs. There's things to be better this, better that, all these performance things, be a better whatever. But you don't see anything about being a better friend. And one of the points he brought up I thought was it just touched my heart so much was trust is built not by knowing when to help others, but knowing when to ask for help. Because in order to bond and in order to build community, in order to build that friendship, we need to give the people we love and care about the honor of the opportunity of showing up for us when we need them. And that's the most important thing we can do to build friendship. And I was just like, that so much reframed everything that I have had a lot of trouble with is like,
So well said.
right? And taking your flowers, you better be able to take your flowers and make sure that when you need flowers and we are paying attention elsewhere, that you say, hey, I could use some flowers because we want to show up for each other. And I just thought it was so salient. Like, how dare you not afford your friend the opportunity to show up for you?
That's right. Good evening, Moth. What's on your mind?
Oh, hello, Facts. Hello, Erica and Amy.
Hi.
Hope you're all doing well.
Thank you. Same.
Yeah, what's on my mind? It feels kind of like a loaded question lately, you know?
Indeed.
Oh, it is.
Today, though, I'm feeling a little frustrated. My grandmother, who is staunchly Republican, very conservative, Trump supporter through and through, she called me up earlier, and I guess she had been watching because he spoke today at, was it in Colorado that he was speaking?
I'm not sure. I don't track him anymore.
Yeah, I happened to scroll past it on TikTok today, but
Colorado.
Right, Moth. Right.
yeah, Colorado. So I did notice that he did kind of bring up the transgender issue and me being trans and my grandma not agreeing with that because she's also incredibly religious, very Christian. She felt it necessary to call me up, and also I apologize in advance if at any point I have to mute. I'm trying to get over whatever my children brought home, so
okay.
I am
I
on
get it.
death's door the
And I've been
last couple
sniffling and
days.
sneezing all evening too. So I'm with you. I'm with you, friend. No worries.
All that chest stuff going around. But yeah, so she decided to call me up today, and I've tried to set in place boundaries of things that we do not talk about because there's never a constructive conversation. It always ends in arguing. And one of the things that I have made very clear is that I can understand and respect the fact that she does not agree with my being transgender. However, I cannot understand or respect her need to berate me with her beliefs. Like, you're entitled to believe what you believe, but you don't need to push that on me or my kids for that matter. And it was this whole talk about, I don't know if you've heard him talking about this at all, but kids going to school and then getting gender reassignment surgery at school and coming home that afternoon, and the scary part about it is people fully buy this.
Oh, he knows that.
She fully buys this.
He counts on that.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's the part that I don't understand either. Is we've got the people running the psyop who know it's a psyop, and then we've got the people victim of the psyop, right? And Grandma has become victim of the psyop because I have no doubt Grandma has a love for you because, but it's misplaced in her misinformed belief that something virtuous is coming from him in any type of way, and it's sad, right? And I'm sorry, and I would encourage you to shift your language just for your own self-care, Moth, because she can support you or not support you. This whole agree thing, no, we're not going to let you agree no, you exist, and you telling her I exist and this is who I am. You don't get to agree or disagree with that. It's not your truth to agree. Like, no, there's no agreement or disagreement. I am this. You can have your feelings about that. And if your feelings make you, think that you shouldn't be in my life and can't talk to me, then I guess that's your feelings. But what we're not going to do is give you the option if you think you can agree with who I am. I'm here and I exist exactly the way I told you. I said what I said. This is who I am. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little. Grandma's sweet, I'm sure, but Grandma is.
Hi, Jeannie.
Grandma, well, the problem with Grandma is I grew up primarily under her care for the majority of my life. So she's always been more of a mother to me than a grandmother. And we've always had a really great relationship up until the point where, well, a little bit of backstory is I came out as trans like in my early 20s. And at that time, weirdly enough, she was actually very accepting. She went with me to therapy appointments. She was learning, she was educating herself. And my mother was the exact opposite. Now, because I felt so pressured with my family largely not supporting me, I did end up going back into the proverbial closet for a few years. And I only recently came out again about 3-4 years ago. This time around, though, it's the complete opposite. Grandma is on the extremely unsupporting side, and she does give me the line, I love you, and, I'm never going to turn my back on you. But it's always followed with a, but I just cannot support this. Now, my mom, on the other hand, she's where my grandma was the first time around. She's using my name. She's using my pronouns. She's being supportive. She's learning all of these new things. So now it's like this complete 180 whiplash. But you are right, Amy, when you said that I should, for my own self-care, kind of relearn my vocabulary and not, agree to disagree. That's a great point.
Thank you.
I just
love that. Jeannie, so glad you're here.
Hi, Jeannie. Thank you for requesting. Appreciate you being here. Moth, thanks for your transparency on this. And we've talked before. And I want to welcome Jeannie up because I know that I saw Jeannie request and friend of the show and honored guest. Appreciate you being here, Jeannie.
You bet. And Moth, hi. I don't think we've interacted. And I just caught some of the story that you were sharing. But the part that really got me was, is it your grandmother that believes that your kids are just going to go into the school and get their surgeries?
She believes that, and she's worried that I'm going to quote unquote force my lifestyle onto my 13-year-old. Now, little does she know, because it's not my business to tell anybody else's business, but little does she know, my 15-year-old soon-to-be stepchild is exploring their identity as well. They don't really have a lot of interaction, but I have told my soon-to-be stepchild that, well, I just call her my stepdaughter, that, if she ever feels like she wants to have that conversation for any specific reason with my grandmother, I'll be there to support her and make sure that nothing unkind or untoward is said. And I guess I'm a little more in people's faces when it comes to my stepdaughter as opposed to with myself, which is something I need to.
That's that protective part of you coming out. That's okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
The interesting thing is you're forgetting one primary fact, and that is your life matters. Your life as you are living it right now matters as much as your stepkids or your kids, because you have fought to come to this place in your life. You have rearranged everything to be who you are authentically. And that right there is worth fighting for yourself. But also, as you fight for yourself, you are fighting for that next generation. You are laying down the boxes of parts that they are going to need when they reach adulthood to be able to carry on. You said that you had to go back into the closet. Well, now you're back out.
Yeah, I'm all the way out now. I started testosterone and all that, changed my name and everything. So I mean, this time around, there's no going back. Not that I ever would, but
Right.
Having the courage to
out
live your
there.
truth, role models to your stepdaughter as well. That I get to live my truth, and I should, and that's brave. So keep on.
Well, and it's hard because we live in Nebraska.
Oh, hey,
Another Husker.
Husker Nation. That's where I'm from.
Oh,
yes,
really?
It's hard. Oh my goodness. You just said
Yeah,
so much.
so you
that
get it.
I get you now. Are you at least in the Lincoln, Omaha area?
We were for a little bit. I'm out more towards like Hastings, Kearney area now.
Oh, ouch. Okay.
So yeah, I was lucky enough when I had my hysterectomy. I was lucky enough to find one doctor here who was actually like very well educated in trans issues and used the pronouns and everything like that. The only one I could find in this little red town of mine. We only moved back here because it was a lot cheaper than Lincoln and Omaha, but what did we sacrifice in return?
Something else you said, Moth, that I think is really, really important for us to talk about. And we have these conversations a lot about people that have lost family members and or friends to MAGA, or even doesn't have to be MAGA, say to religion. We'll just use that as lost their friend or family to something that they don't agree with. And we the ones that have been left, because we believe in human rights above all, feel obligated, right, to repair that relationship, right? So what would you say about your kids? Like, you feel like you want them to have a relationship with your grandmother. So they're a great grandmother, but you need to be around to police the conversation. That puts you in a really tough spot, because again, like, do you feel obligated to make sure that they have a relationship with someone who, to Jeannie's point, doesn't necessarily acknowledge you for what you've gone through, and the challenges that you've had in your life? And I'm not saying that you shouldn't, but I'm just, have you thought about that? Like, putting yourself in that position where you've got to be the guard, so to speak, to avoid these kinds of horrible things that may be said.
Yeah. I mean, we've gone like limited contact before, and my child who lives with me full time, my 13-year-old, he has been very close with my grandparents, which are his great grandparents, since he was born. My grandpa is actually very supportive of me.
Awesome.
And it's because of that relationship that I have a very difficult time with wanting to separate. But I've had to make it very clear to my grandmother specifically that, any grievances that you have with me being who I am, those come to me. Because there was a point in time where she was airing out those grievances with my child. And I put my foot down and said, that's a hard line. And if this continues, we're out. Grandpa can come over and visit, but we're done at that point.
Moth,
And she has stopped.
you said something earlier about boundaries, and you were kind of commenting on it. I've tried to set some boundaries, kind of not sure if that's been real effective. And I would also encourage you to be really clear. I don't know that you need to invite her grievances either, because whatever grievance she has is irrelevant, because that's her thing. You should not have to listen. Trauma can only be projected from a traumatized source. She needs to figure out what that is for her. And you do not have to get that projected onto you if you choose not to. It's okay to say no to that. And it's okay to very clearly tell her, I love you, Grandma. We can talk about anything under the minute.
Immunity.
Sorry, my alarm went off. The minute you talk, you can very clearly state, the minute you start speaking disparagingly in these areas, I will leave the conversation. That's it. Like, you don't have to subject yourself to that, and it's okay.
Yeah, I do want to make sure that we're giving some space for some others. Moth Eric, I know you have your hand up. I think you wanted to add something.
Yeah, I know I'm an educator in a different country, but it pretty much all works the same way, right? And we can't give a child a prescribed medication without written authority from their parent and doctor.
Yeah.
We can't check a kid's head to see if they have head lice we can't anyway, even with permission from parents. We're not allowed to. There is literally, you don't have universal healthcare in the USA. So I would, teachers can't afford books for their classroom. Teachers are having to pay out of their own pockets to buy pencils and pens and erasers and, all of that stuff for their classrooms, right? This is the thing. I think maybe, and I know you don't want to get into an argument about it, and I completely get that, but just from a logical standpoint right now, who's paying for this? If this were true, and just going at it from a logical standpoint, who's paying for it? How is someone having a complex surgery in a day and then going home? And I think if you're going to have the conversation, and you want to have the conversation, and it's only if you want to, it's the logical route to go down, is like, well, how do you imagine this is working? Who do you imagine is paying for this? And use if you want to go down this route, and I get it if you don't, but I think it's a use logic. You have kids in school, what permissions you need to give for every single thing that happens to your kid in school. Many times, if a teacher wants to show a movie in their class, they need written permission from parents. How is it that schools require all this written permission for all this different stuff, yet grandma believes that kids are getting complex surgeries in a day without parental permission at a school that can't afford to supply kids with pencils?
Well, again, Moth, I'm so grateful that you're always willing to come up here and share. Is there anything else? And I want to hear from Jeannie again too. Is there anything else that you would like to add tonight? I do want to give some folks a chance to come up and talk.
Yeah, of course. I'm sure you have quite a few. Well, before I go, I'll leave you with this little mind boggler. In the same conversation, she also, at one point, she's telling me that I'm not a man and I'm not this, I'm not that. But then at the same breath, she turned around and said, and I will not be attending your wedding next year because same sex marriage is a sin.
Mm.
So
How old is Grandma?
she's in her late 70s.
Okay, similar age as my mom. I gave you a follow, Moth. Please, if you haven't joined our Discord, please do. We have a Are You Okay channel in Discord. I would love to continue to talk to you and help support you in any way I can. And like, much love to you. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Moth. Anything?
Yeah,
to add,
yep, I did
Jeannie?
join quite a while ago, so I'll be interacting in there.
I
Cool.
think I saw you in there actually. Anything else you'd like to add, Jeannie, while you're here, friend?
Yeah, so I am curious, Moth, where Grandma gets her news from.
Facebook. As
Okay.
cliche as that sounds, Facebook.
It's not. I mean, we've been looking at the statistics for younger people and where they get their news. The reality is that older people, who my mother happens to be in the same age bracket as your grandmother, but you know, they are also absorbing material from social media. They may not be as intentional as younger generations, but they are also most connected to that because for them it's a passive source of information. The reason why I'm asking is, you know, just recently, and this, you know, comes back to, you know, Facts asking me if there's something I want to add. It is now making the news circles about the Do No Harm information that was released. Do No Harm is a trans antagonistic organization that claims to be evidence-based medical, and they have gone out and they have collected data, according to them, that says that almost 5,800 minors received, in their words, sex change surgery. And that almost 14,000 received some sort of gender reassignment treatment. This news is being spread. This news is being thrown out there, and people are going to eat this up because it's shocking. It is troubling. It is going to filter into social media sources, but it takes a little bit of effort to dig in and find out that they have fucked the data every which way so that they can produce these numbers in order to manipulate people. And you can't fight that.
You shouldn't have.
All you can say is, if it gets brought up, I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm not talking to you anymore. This is what I did to my mom. I was given rules and boundaries to go visit my mother, most of which revolved around this. I was not allowed to dress in a feminine way. I was not allowed to appear in a feminine way. And I followed their rules. I went to her house, sat down with her, had like 2 hours of conversation, but the last hour or the last 15 minutes was her just sitting there telling me how much she will not ever accept me. I followed her rules. I listened to her. I did exactly as she wanted me to do. It's a her problem, not a me problem, because I was playing by her rules. Grandma's the same way. You can set the boundaries. You can set the goalposts. Grandma is never going to play by your rule. She's not even going to play by her rule. And the only way to stop that, the only way to keep her from doing that, is to set a boundary that keeps her from being able to put you in those places.
So well said, Jeannie. Thank you for being
Yeah,
here. Moth,
very,
thank you for
very
being here. You're always
well
welcome
said.
in our space. You know that you're part of our family now. You're stuck with us. You're stuck with us now. Hate to tell you that, but you're stuck with us.
Okay, thank you.
I
Thank you,
think I
Jeannie,
can be
as
okay
always.
with that.
I appreciate that, Moth. Thank you for your honesty and for being here. And if we can, like Amy Dawn said, whatever we can do to try to help, we're here for you. Okay.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, and I'm gonna post something in the Discord later. I've been trying out my writing a little bit, something I really enjoy, and I wrote up a little article about trans voices needing to be included in the conversation of reproductive health care.
Love that.
So
Yes.
I'll post that in the Discord.
From one writer to another, bro, we know it's a labor of love.
Well, so I know who you are. Nikki just told me you're the one with the puppies. So yes, okay.
Yes, the Great Dane puppy who is currently licking me to death.
Yes.
Thank you, Moth. Appreciate you very much. Thank you, Jeannie, as always. Nice to see you again.
Thanks for having me up.
You got it. Have a great night. We love you.
You too. Bye.
Bye. Sad that we have to deal with these things in our society, but I get it, and I appreciate the bravery.
Yeah, it's hard. That's the thing that keeps me sane, though, is when I get hurt by something someone says to me. Trauma can only be projected from a traumatized source, and then I just
That's right.
try and center it back to it's not a me thing, it's a them thing, and they need to heal that pain and figure that out. You know,
That's right. Everyone, please keep tapping and sharing. Please consider contributing. We set the gifting goal. Let's try to stay out of the FYP. Please consider joining our team. You can do so right there. Please subscribe to our channel. Subscribers will now
get
be
them fingers busy.
subscribers will be automatically enrolled into the subscriber channel, which is in our Discord. That gives you access to a couple of things. One, you get a 10% off discount of any item in our merch store. You can find the link to the merch store in the link tree that is in my bio. You can also get access to our subscriber-only event, which on Sunday evening, 5 p.m. Eastern Time, I'll do a couple of video reminders of this over the weekend. We're going to be streaming in our Discord a Storm Foretold, which is part of the Roger Stone sort of election conspiracy, steal the election plan that led up to J6. So we'll be doing that on Sunday night, and thanks to Erica and Jess on our team for figuring that out. We appreciate you guys very much for doing that.
You're welcome.
Lovely. How are you tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. What's on your mind?
Oh, God. I don't even want to say it because I know it's on so many people's minds as being shoved down our throats right now, but I am just really irritated and nervous about this election.
Are you? Yeah, I think it's real. So what's keeping you up, I guess is the question. Like, are you concerned? I think
I'm
the
a little
obvious is that
concerned because I want Harris to win so bad, and I'm so sick of MAGA Republicans and just the whole MAGA movement. And I'm so sick of the racism against immigrants and just the way they're trying to portray Trump to be so great. It's like every time he gets disrespectful and says something mean, they just laugh it off like, oh, he's funny. You know, that's our president. He doesn't give a fuck. Like, they think it's like excusable. Like, they think they can actually make excuses for him. And I'm just so sick of it.
Yeah, we've normalized ugly. Like, what is that about?
Yeah. And it's crazy because you can literally say, like, you know, he is so unfit. And they're like, how is he unfit? He was president before. And I'm like, well, he didn't do a great job as president. And when you look at who he is just as a person, that's not something that any child should look up to. And I feel like if a child can't look up to their president, that's a problem.
Or even worse, they say they know who he is and they're voting for him anyway. Like, that's even worse.
Yeah, I think part of this is that, you know, I've never been a person who idolizes politicians. I think that's a mistake for any of us. I mean, you can respect, you can admire, but the sort of the all-in unconditional love and support that MAGA shows Trump is it's just scary. I mean, and we talk about this all the time. They don't want to be, you know, told they're in a cult, but that's what we see. It's that kind of behavior. So I'm pleased because it feels nice to be in a place where we can be on the offense and we can talk about the things that are truly important to us. Like, you know, I'm 10 toes down for human rights. I'm not going to have a conversation about anything else unless we can agree that human rights are under threat in our country. Women's rights, the rights of the BIPOC community, LGBTQIA, as we know, I mean, the voter suppression, you know, the whole 9 yards. I mean, what's the point? There's nothing worth fighting for if we can't fight for that. So
Exactly.
I'm not interested in breaking bread, right? So we need to keep that in mind, that history will look back and we will be asked this question, we should be asked this question, what side were you on during that time?
Exactly.
And our answer is obvious. We were on the correct side. We were on the side of human rights, and they weren't. Plain and simple.
Yeah. And I think I still have a little bit of trauma from 2016 because
Sure.
I was really young, but I voted for Hillary and I just wanted her to win so bad. And then when that whole thing went down, I was like so sad. Like I remember just crying, like, no. So
A
I
lot
just,
of people are feeling that way, I think, that lived through 2016, going into it thinking everything's fine. And we didn't even know who he was then, right? Like we didn't even know what a danger he would be then.
yeah.
And, you know, it's even
Yeah.
worse now because we know what we could be facing if the rest of this needs to be a referendum type of vote. It
We
can't
knew
be
he was an
close.
idiot, but we did not realize the threat to democracy that he would be. That's part of the issue, right?
Yeah.
So,
That's
Lovely, I
very
guess
true.
the question for you is this, like, I'll be direct. What are you doing? Are you voting? Are you encouraging others to vote? Are you phone banking? Are you volunteering? Are you knocking on
Yeah, it's
doors?
actually been really fun, but I've been working with the Harris Walls campaign to do phone banking and texting, and
There
I
you
even
go.
went door to door a few times, and I'm just doing as much as I possibly can. I'm
There you
talking
go.
to a lot of people about it.
That's
It's all in
activism.
the conversations. You know, the more conversations you can have, every little conversation you can have will get people to think about things more. Listen, I was petty. My daughter, who's been fussing about, she knows she's voting for Harris. She's talking about voting. She's 20 years old. This will be the first time she votes in the election. Wanted to borrow some money from me the other day, and I was like, yeah, I'll cash up you some money if you show me the screenshot of your voter registration.
Ooh,
That's
good
funny.
boy.
Did. She was like, yes, Mom, I finally did it. And she showed me, and I was like, okay, that's what I'm talking about. Right? Like, even the little things. Make sure these young kids who have so much vim and vigor, I love that their voices are so loud, but they traditionally, historically, forget to get registered to make
Right.
them
And
right.
something to keep in mind, Lovely. I mean, the reason, again, we're 25 days away. We're there. It's 25 days until Herstory. The thing is, though, is that by design, the reason we see all this hateful rhetoric, we see all this, this anti-immigrant, anti-trans, anti-women, anti-BIPOC language from the right is because they're trying to exhaust us. They're trying to turn people off from the system. They're trying, there's a real reason why Mike Johnson, MAGA Mike Johnson, and the House Republicans are not coming back to Congress to try to send more money to people who need it from disasters, is because they want the system to burn. They want Americans to suffer so they can blame the current administration and connect Kamala Harris to it. It is by design. Don't let people convince you anything other than that. That's what it is. They want people to suffer. So it's up to us to say, I don't give a shit what you do. I know where I stand. And I know that I'm going to use the power of my voice and my activism and my phone banking and my door knocking and my public spaces and sharing communications or whatever it might be to beat their asses at the polls, to
Exactly.
overwhelm the polls, to show them that your nonsense, your games, your lies, your hysteria, your hate, not here, not on my watch.
Yeah.
Nope.
But another thing that's got me kind of sad is that talking to friends and realizing that you're on completely different like sides, and that can mess up your friendship. And I don't ever want to do that. Like, I feel like, okay, if I have a friend, like one of my best friends likes Trump, I haven't said anything about it. I don't really want to talk about it, but I just kind of like don't talk about it with her because she'll just go crazy. She's kind of like wild. But I have another friend who's a really close friend, like one of my best friends. And I asked her like what she's doing for her birthday because it's November 6th. And I was telling her I wanted to have a party for mine on the 10th. And I was like, are you voting? And she was like, no, I'm not going to vote this year. And I'm like, why? I was like, you know how important it is? This election's like really, really important. And she was like, well, I don't really like either candidate. And I just don't want to even get involved. And, and I said, what do you not like? I was like, what's wrong? And she's like, well, I don't really like Kamala. She really gets on my nerves. And I was like, okay, so you're voting for Trump? And she's like, no, I'm not going to vote at all. And I was like, okay, because really, I was like, if you want to do some research, like look up Project 2025 and look at like his past and like who he is as a person. And she goes, he's not behind Project 2025. And I was just like, oh my God, like, how could you be this stupid? Like, she's a really smart girl, but I'm thinking, why does she think that? And then I remembered, like, I was thinking about it, and I know her parents are really Republican. And I'm like, okay, maybe they're saying some shit to her because why is she even believing that? You know, and it just made me so upset because I'm like, God, this is one of my best friends. And for her to think that he's not behind 2025 is like ridiculous to me.
You know, I think that's, hate to say it, but that's one of those conversations that your friend, if they are literally undecided at this point with everything that even a person who hasn't researched into what Trump is and what he's done, then that tells me that she doesn't prioritize human rights. I don't know how you could be undecided at this point. I really don't.
Me
And
too.
yeah, so maybe end of the day. I mean, I've lost a friend, but in hindsight, looking back at that person, I don't know if they were my friend because if they did not value human rights, then they're not my friend. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter that we have 25 years of history. It doesn't matter. But when the
Yeah.
truth, when presented with this time in our lives, when we've got one particular political candidate and a political movement that literally wants to harm people that I care about, people that I don't even know, members of communities that I don't represent, but because I'm a white man in America, I've created this problem and I'm sick of it. And I want to use my privilege to fight back against this bullshit. And if people want to continue to believe what he's created, then they weren't my friend perhaps from the beginning. I
Yeah.
know
And
it's
I
hard to
couldn't believe
hear,
when
but
she said, oh, Kamala gets on my nerves. I'm like, why does she get on your nerves? She's like,
That's
she
it.
laughs all the time.
Yeah,
And I'm
they
like,
make
what? So you're mad that someone laughs?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
they make up excuses about other things when really methinks it's just you're uncomfy voting for a woman at the end of the day. Like I
Yeah.
don't. They make up these excuses. I mean, Obama even talked about it after he did his speech last night. He went and spoke to a group of black men specifically and was talking about it. And I have his quote actually. It was pretty amazing. He was like, when did it become no. On the one hand, you have somebody who grew up like you, knows you, went to college with you, who had to work harder and do more and overcome. And on the other hand, on the other side, you have someone who has consistently shown disregard, not only for your communities, but for you as a person. And you're thinking about sitting it out, and you're coming up with all kinds of reasons and excuses. I've got a problem with that because part of it makes me think, and I'm speaking to men directly, he says, part of it makes me think that you just aren't feeling the idea of having a woman as president and you're coming up with other reasons and ideas for that. No.
That's
Lovely. Thank you for
exactly what
jump-
it is. And I'm so disappointed with, the African American men in the country right now because they really have an issue. They have like mommy issues and they just don't want to see a woman in charge. And it's like, what the
Yeah.
hell is wrong with you? Like a woman raised you. Like, what's your problem? And
Lovely.
I feel
Thank
like
you so
it's
much
really,
for jumping in tonight. I appreciate you very much, and keep the faith. 25 days. Remember, 25 days till history. It's literally like we'll take the right's advice. We'll pull ourselves up by the bootstraps. We'll get our shit together. We'll go to the polls. In your case, you'll knock on doors. You'll phone bank. But we have an opportunity to change the future of our country. And I don't mean to be hyperbolic, but it's true. But thank you for jumping in, friend. I appreciate you very much.
thank you. You have a good
got it.
night.
You too. See you later.
Bye.
All right. I'm gonna bring up. Let's see. I'll bring up Ginger. If you guys could talk for a second, I'll be right back.
Hello, Ginger.
Oh, how are you?
I am well. Welcome in. What's on your mind?
Thank you. The lady that was just here, she sounded like my twin
Aw.
because last few days I've really started having headaches and getting angry and crying. And I talked to a doctor on TikTok, and they made me aware that the political issues that we're going through are triggering trauma,
Oh,
and that's what's wrong with me, and that I need to step away from it. And I'm just peeking in for a minute, and then I'm going to go back to watching my movie. But I couldn't help but hear that woman, and I think that that needs to be talked about more and more about why he's so triggering, why these laws. See, I live in Texas, so I really am fully aware that Project 2025 has already been started to be implemented. I don't know what the percentage is, but I hear something every day, it seems, that they're trying to roll back and dismantle our government, and it is very upsetting. So, but I do think it's something that needs to be talked about more, because this doctor that I was talking to, she said that she was only going to be on there a little while, that she doesn't normally go live. She ended on being on live for about 4 hours talking about this subject. So I know I'm not the only one. And the lady before me was talking about it, and that's the reason. She has a good, legitimate reason for feeling the way she is, and we do need to step away from it.
Ginger, that's a very salient point, and it's literally, Steve and I talk about this all the time. My job security is solid in this world because as a mental health clinician, I already have people on my caseload who came to me because of political psychological trauma.
I didn't know that you were a doctor. I'm sorry. I'm so
not
sorry.
a doctor. Yeah,
I'm embarrassed now.
I have my master's degree. I'm a licensed clinician in the state of Arizona, but I do feel like I have specific experience and knowledge on this particular topic, just based on my own passion and education, and the current state of affairs of a lot of the clients that I have been very, very much. I mean, I even have couples that come to me who are talking about divorce because of Trump.
My husband says that I've been upset since he came down that escalator. I didn't realize this much time has passed that I've been upset for this long. No wonder I feel the way I feel.
Right.
I cannot wait.
We have
I
this
cannot
running,
wait until she gets in office and we hold him accountable.
I was going to say, we have this running joke within our community about the sort of facts community about the island of empaths. And the fact that, it's true. So the challenge that we all see, those of us that are empaths, when we see the other side in these political conversations that have none, it's difficult. None of us can understand it. Like, I mean, we can understand it, but imagine living in a space when you don't have compassion or empathy for your fellow human, just because they don't align with your political beliefs. Yeah. I have empathy for everyone. Now, I have a lot of disgust for people who prescribe to a notion that I'm going to diminish you because of the color of your skin or your sexuality or whatever that might be. It doesn't mean that I'm not going to have empathy from the human perspective. But the reason that we all struggle with this kind of stuff is because of the hatred that we see. Imagine just living your lives. I mean, people that come into our space, the amount of unaliving threats that I get every single day.
Oh, man.
Dozens, every single day, just because
How
of
do
what
you
we
do it?
here.
How do you do it?
It doesn't matter. That's the point. It's just, this is what we deal with. The fact that I paint my fingernails, shit like that. It's just the amount of anger. So to your point, Ginger, we can never relent on the truth. Right? We can't stop pushing back against this stuff, or the empathy. We can't. We have to overwhelm them with empathy, overwhelm them with understanding that I'm not going to relent on the truth. All this stuff regarding FEMA and the disasters in North Carolina and Florida, all these horrible things that have happened to people, they are the ones that have turned to political, not us. Yep. They are the ones that are using human suffering to make a political point, not us.
I know. And then this latest thing with Trump that's come out about what he told Bob Woodward, or Woodward found out about the test kits.
Yeah.
That was a very difficult time for all of us. And that was one of the major things. That's when he really screwed up in my head, because I didn't know him. I didn't care to know him. Even from just watching the commercials of The Apprentice, he seemed like a jerk. And actually, the Housewives of New York, which I did watch, They talked about what a jerk he was.
Yeah, I mean, we have no evidence. I would really love to do a live to see if anybody could come up and show me evidence that Trump has empathy, because there is nothing that exists that shows me he has empathy.
I agree.
Show me a time he's ever displayed it. You know, I mean, if this man,
right.
on his own vice president, he's being told his own vice president's life is being threatened by an angry mob, and his response is, "So what?
So what?
What exactly do you think he thinks about your problems?"
Exactly. Hey, Ginger, thank you for being here. Keep the fight. Don't let them win.
Oh.
25 days until herstory. We got this.
Well, thank you. I do want to mention this is my backup account, but on my main account, I subscribed, and I'm looking forward to the movie The Apprentice. I want to see that, and I signed. I signed up. Yeah, I'm kind of getting that you are waiting to hear when they're going to let you.
Yeah, just
when they're going to release
sure.
it.
Just as an update, so I participated in the Kickstarter campaign, which allowed me to get access to the stream as soon as they released it. So what they informed us was we would be notified after the movie was released in theaters, which was today, but before the movie went out onto regular streaming services. It seems like from the update we received this afternoon that they have not yet aligned with a streaming partner like a Netflix or Amazon or whatever it might be. So that's part of the delay. Not abnormal, just frustrating, because there has not been a lot of communication from the campaign itself. But as soon as we have the information as to when we'll stream it, we will stream it.
They better get to it, because I have a crush on Jeremy Strong, and he can have.
He's a great actor. Okay, y'all. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
You. Thanks a lot. So Amy Dunn, every time we talk to you, it seems like your list gets longer and longer and longer.
Don't at me at my list. I can have as many. Listen, I can have as many crushes as I want. That is my
Eric
business.
and I were chatting about this. You're right. Your list is your own. Nobody can judge you. It is your list. You can have whoever you want on your list.
No, you can't. There's certain that are banned from some people's lists.
You can have whoever you want on your list. Don't be judging.
No, you can't. No,
yes, you can. Yes,
that is fundamentally untrue.
Don't worry, Erica. I'm not putting Steve on my list. I wouldn't do that to you.
It's not true. Rules. You can have anybody you want on your list.
There's girlfriend rules.
Hi, Queen Toy. How are you, friend?
Good. How are you all? Good evening.
Excellent. So here, before we get into our topic, can you have anybody you want on your list?
I'm sorry?
Can you have anybody you want on your list?
What list?
Your crush
list.
like
your freebie, your freebie.
Your whole can I have anybody I want? I don't think I can have anybody I want. But maybe
on your list you can. You may not be able to act on it, but on your list you could.
Okay. And you want to know who that is or what?
No, I'm not asking.
Okay.
I'm just saying you are allowed to have anybody you want on your list.
Oh, there's
doesn't mean you're going to act on it.
Oh yeah.
See? Thank you. Appreciate that.
False.
Thank you, Queen. Thank you.
That is false.
Thank you, Queen. What's on your mind, friend?
God, so much. Particularly this whole Bob Wood. Are we allowed to speak politics? Is that okay?
I didn't hear you. I missed you.
Are we allowed to speak politics? Is that okay?
Oh,
anything
absolutely.
you want. What's on your mind?
Yeah,
okay. So when I saw Bob Woodward, that's his name, right?
Mm-hmm.
And giving those machines to Vlad when he played chicken with our lives here in the state of New York, denying my governor stuff because he was doing better with the response than Trump himself was, made me furious. I was just like, this can't be real life, dude. Like, it just keeps getting worse and worse. And when you think it can't get any worse, it gets even more worse. And it's just like, what is happening here? And then
it's like they continue to play in our face.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, am I shocked? No, it's just upsetting, you know? And those people are still going to vote for him. And when did we get to the point where, like, being a Russian sympathizer for a dictator was acceptable?
When did we get to the point where any of this is acceptable? Where ugliness and lies.
Any of it. Yeah, like he's literally given people license to tell people they're too sensitive when someone calls them a slur. Like, what?
I know.
Why is this being normalized?
Did you hear, Queen, that in Christopher Steele's book, he says that some of the other countries' secrets that Donald Trump had in his bathroom were about my country's navy and
Oh my
their
God.
capabilities. Yeah.
That just gave me a chill. And that's so
Yeah.
uncomfortable. And talking to the Australian billionaire, telling him whatever the hell he told him, like it's just out of order. I don't.
Out of order.
Right. It's just like off key. I don't know.
That's why we have to
You would
keep
like to
talking
think, I mean,
about it.
this is the whole phenomenon that we see with this whole America First rhetoric, right? First of all, we know what it's rooted in our country's history,
Nationalism,
but
growth.
how do you defend the things that he has said about Vladimir Putin? How do you defend that? I mean, literally, the argument that the right likes to make in this case, because of the rhetoric they've been fed, is that Vladimir Putin is a strong man. That's how you should lead a country. He's a strong man, and Donald Trump aligns with strong men and alpha this and alpha that. Fuck that. It's Russia. The
Obama's
guy is the
speech
president of
last
Russia, has
night.
unalived his own citizens and journalists and locked him up, and then their support. People have been asked at Trump rallies. We've all seen it. Who would you vote for? Joe Biden. This was before Kamala was in the race. Joe Biden or Vladimir Putin? And they say Vladimir Putin. I mean, give me a
Like,
break.
what is with this insanity? And they're always talking about Trump derangement syndrome, where he lives rent free in our heads. No, Barack Obama lives rent free in his head, and now Kamala Harris has a big fucking mansion inside of that hollow dome of his. Like, he just cannot.
Well,
Wait,
Wait,
True.
did you watch
Queen-
Obama's speech last night?
I did, and when he said, I
He
almost
played
said that,
Donald Trump
but
so hard.
oh my goodness, it turned Donald Trump inside out. Like, Donald
You
Trump
know
started
he was home on his little truth poopy
Oh, no, he
social. Oh,
well, Queen. The thing is, I don't
Crash
know whether
out. He's
you're,
lost
I don't know whether you're aware of this, but Kamala Harris has a 5,000 square foot apartment in Donald Trump's brain. Only he's claiming to tax authorities that it's actually 10,000 square feet. So
But
that would be like him, right?
Try to feel.
Yeah, it's getting more and more chaotic, and they're going to vote for him regardless. What I'm most concerned with, though, is the voting demographic, right? So I see a lot of women, specifically white women, saying that, yeah, we're voting for Kamala, da da da. But the numbers are saying that white women are like at 47% for Trump. I don't want to hear talk. I don't want to have discussions until after the ballots are counted, because if I see 47%, I'm walking outside and I'm side eyeing everybody.
those are the
Half of the
people I
pe-
talk to because I am a palm-colored woman and I am disgusted by other women in general, but specifically people of my particular group invoking their privilege to fix their face and brain to think such things. So yes,
Yeah, 47% is absolutely unacceptable.
awful.
Queen, it's like the conversation that you joined us in that night. We had that conversation about racism in America, and I think that one of the last holdouts, by and large, of groups that still support, not within the margins, not 1 or 2 points here, 47 to 52, but the white men in our country are the ones that are still holding us back from progress, right? It's me.
But they're allowed to hold us back from progress because white women are their incubators from birth.
Boom.
Right.
They
Exactly where I was going.
wipe their tears, they put band-aids on their boo-boos and tell them that being a monster is okay and push them back out into the world. And they excuse their piss poor behavior. You know, so
Exactly. I mean, imagine if there was more of us that have woken up and realized the mistakes that we've made, the sins of our father. Yeah, fucking own it, move on from it, and fix it, do better. Imagine if we were to wake up collectively, the power that we would have and the influence that we would have using our privilege in a different way, right?
yeah, because it really should be a socioeconomic thing, not a race thing. Because
Absolutely.
race makes no difference. Because we diseases don't discriminate, bullets don't discriminate, none of those things. But when it comes to socioeconomics, that's the discrimination that unites us all, right?
Absolutely.
Like,
You're right.
rich
I mean, the
women
people that-
are not. Sorry,
Go ahead.
rich women, despite their color, are not going to have problems having an AB.
Nope.
It's the women that are impoverished that are going to have the issue. So it's not it shouldn't be a race thing, which is really unfortunate, but they don't see that.
But
No, you're
see,
right. The
here's the tricky
socioeconomic side is
thing.
the perfect example. It's like the aggrieved white man, right? It's the aggrieved white man, the ones that they feel like they've been left behind in societies because they continue to vote for the people that by design are leaving them behind in society. So it's the poor get poorer. And you're right. It would be easy if they could just look at it from the socioeconomic perspective. I'm voting for people that are ripping me off, constantly punch down to the BIPOC community, punch down to immigrants, punch down to whatever group that they feel they're still superior over because of the color of their skin, not realizing that while they're doing that, the distractions by design, the hate, go after them. They're getting screwed from above and from the
Yeah, the
side and from this
backroom
way and from
deals
that way.
from the people that have money that look like them, that are plotting their downfall, plotting for them to be just another cog in the machine of capitalism to make them have more money.
Exactly. So
And Kamala even
that's the
said,
challenge.
what is it about? When did it become a cool thing for a leader to do to just constantly put people down, right? A leader should be lifting people up. Like, when did that become the thing? To just disparage other people. The normalization of ugly has me flummoxed. I don't understand it.
Well, again, 25 days until herstory. We have a fight ahead of us, and it's been crazy for the past 8 years, and I don't think we're at the end. Is it the beginning of the end of the beginning? I don't know. I just know what's ahead of us, and every single election is the most important. This one feels different, though. This one really feels different because we got a little taste of fascism, and I got to find that. I read that earlier today. I think it's really appropriate. See if I can find that again real quickly. Everybody, please keep tapping. Please gift our panelists. They're amazing. I'm so gratefully honored that
I'm
they're
still
here.
very apprehensive, and because if you don't know, ma'am down below, and Erica, my husband is MAGA, and we were talking about the latest hurricane. I can't even think of the name, Milton. And he was like, well, we know why that happened. And I was like, I'm begging your finest pardon. And he was like, the government created it. And I was like, I'm going to bed. I actually am about to jump out the window.
I have the perfect clapback for you. What's his name? Lawrence Tribe reposted this, and it was a quote. I don't even know who it was from, but Lawrence Tribe reposted it, and I love Lawrence Tribe. He's a constitutional scholar. And the quote was something to the effect of, if the Democrats could control the weather, we would have zapped MTG on the regular with lightning all the time.
And wiped out Mar-a-Lago.
So
Yeah, we could control the weather, we'd have been doing it, okay?
I read this earlier, and I think it's so appropriate. They call it the fascist playbook. Cause the chaos, complain about the chaos, block all attempts to fix the chaos, promise to fix the chaos, seize power amid the chaos, and then arrest anyone who complains about the chaos.
Wow.
That's what it feels like.
That's is so accurate. It's gaslighting 101.
Absolutely.
Exactly. Nikki, you said you had a question for Queen?
I did, Queen. I had a question. I saw something on today, and I'm in Georgia. So when the two women died from, our wonderful governor and his laws, I saw today that there's another hospital that's in New York where 3 Black women in a row had C-sections and all 3 had passed away. Do you know anything about that?
I don't, but that doesn't surprise me a bit.
And
because
at the same hospital?
Yeah, not at all.
Okay.
Not at all. Because Black women are 3 to 4 times more likely than their white or Hispanic counterparts to lose their lives during childbirth or postnatal.
Yeah, it was just weird that it was just this section and no one had heard about it, and I hadn't heard. I'm like, why hasn't anybody heard about this yet?
Well, because it's Black women, right? It's just like the missing Black girls and the missing Indigenous women.
Not okay with me. So I don't mean. I want to elevate it. So if I send you what
I'm gonna look into it. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, great.
Sure.
Okay, I would appreciate that because I would like to. It doesn't. It should be elevated and
that's on a global scale as well. Like even in the United Kingdom and other developed countries, you will see that a lot. Whether they have money or they don't have money, there's a lacking of care because of the medical biases that Black people don't feel the same pain as white people, and that they have different levels of certain enzymes in their liver and all these other things as the white population, so they don't get put on, they don't get prioritized on like transplant plant lists and things like that. It's scary, especially pregnancy.
I
You're
never
1 foot
learned
in and
about
1 foot out.
I never learned about some of it, like that. I never knew the like I knew of medical racism. I knew that certain, like I knew the mortality rates and stuff like that. I never heard about them thinking that they process pain differently and all of that stuff until I sat in some of your guys' lives, and I was like, you've got to be kidding me.
Yeah, there are studies where they start them from young children, and they say that even from childhood, it starts from childhood, basically, where Black kids don't feel pain the same as white kids do. It's really quite sad when you think about it. But Vice President Harris created an initiative to highlight mortality for infants and the mothers for the Black community last year. So.
He did that large in part in response to the Dobbs ruling, and when that all came down too. And can we just normalize putting things like the history of Henrietta Lacks in history?
They
Like,
don't want to hear that
people
story, though. I mean, they're still using her cells to this day. They sent billions and billions of the lax cells all over the world because, you know, they're basically indestructible, and that's how they got all these cures and medicines and stuff like that. And they finally paid her family probably a paltry amount because we know how the U.S. government works. And Johns Hopkins should really answer a lot more for that, which they did to her.
That part.
Again, the system that people who look like me created. Nikki, you want to do mod announcements real quick while you're here?
I will, and thank you, Troy. I'll send it to you because I really wanted to.
Okay,
know
I'm going to drop
what it
down
was.
because I don't want to monopolize your space.
Toy, thank you as always, friend. So good to see you.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
you
You
very
have a
much.
good rest of the night. I'll be in the comments. Bye,
You
guys.
too. See you later. Bye. She's awesome.
She doesn't monopolize anything.
Love Toy.
Okay, guys, we have 467 people in here. So if you guys can tap up there, let's see if we can get to 150,000. You can also send a heart me, which is right next to his name. What it does is it costs a coin and it engages with the live and helps push us out to the FYP because it shows engagement. That's all it does. On the side, the shares are at 1.4 thousand, which is awesome. You guys can share it some more. If you don't want to share it, you don't have anybody else left to share, you can also push copy link. That also works. In his bio and Gregory's bio, we have the link for the Discord. The Discord link might not be working. I don't know.
I think it is.
Oh,
We're
good. It's working. Fabulous. You can get in through there. You do not have to be a subscriber to get into the Discord. If you are a subscriber, you can get into the Discord through the back. Once you subscribe, it will automatically check you as a subscriber. We'll just verify you and let you in. Also in his link tree, our amazing merch store, which is done by the beautiful red coat below me, Erica, and her merch store. You guys should check her stuff out too. She is our wonderful foreign correspondent, and we love her. And we have our Are You Okay channel, and Miss Amy Dawn deals with that, and you can talk to her sometimes. She hangs out. She has her own little talk space in there too. And as soon as we know, I will tag everybody that is in the TikTok subscribers that we know anything about. Oh, if you are a TikTok subscriber and you are in the Discord, your name should be purple. If your name is not purple, please tag a mod down in the Discord, and with a we'll verify you that you're and change it for you. This is the last time we're going to be asking because it's going to go through from now on through everything. We've spent the last couple days trying to check everybody. So if your name is purple, you're good. If it's not, just let one of us know.
Thank you, Nikki.
You're welcome.
See you later.
Nikki, love you.
Love you too.
Oh, I got you. You can't leave. Yeah, it's weird. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for being here this evening. Again, we know you have a lot of choices, and we appreciate you all spending some time with us. Much appreciated, in fact.
No, sir. The minute I start eating Pringles, my dog wakes up and gets off the couch. See?
Hi,
Demanda, how are you tonight?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yes, gotcha. What's on your mind?
Oh, great. Oh, this is my first time being alive, and it's my birthday, and I'm so excited that it's you. I watch you every day.
Thank you. Appreciate you, and happy birthday to you.
Happy anniversary.
Thank you. I'm the big 48, edging close to 50.
It's a wonderful
go.
decade. Enjoy your
Great
40
decade.
Yes, it is.
Gen X, rock
Thank
and roll.
you. Well, what I wanted to talk about, and it was something that I heard today. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Brian Shapiro.
Yep.
He's on TikTok here, and he's a left-leaning, obviously, talk show host in Las Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
And he had a caller come up today, and I never had thought about this, but she was a survivor of grape. And she was talking about how triggering it is for her to literally see the Trump Vance signs in people's yards because, people really do, like, their morality does kind of mimic who they follow. And it's scary for her to see these things because it's like, if you're okay with this person being an adjudicated essayer, a rapist, but by the judge's words, then what kind of person are you and am I safe? Mm-hmm. And that, it really struck me because it's like I never would have even thought about that, like how that might trigger somebody. So yeah, that was just something I wanted to come up and say to you guys and I guess see what you think because I fully agreed what she was saying. I could understand then, wow, this is not even something I would think about, but yeah, it kind of blew my mind a little bit.
I think this is something that I've been sort of thinking about recently. When we have people, men and women, when we confront them with what you just talked about, about Trump as an adjudicated sexual predator, and he's got a history of these kinds of things. I don't think that MAGA men in particular have ever really respected women. So therefore, it doesn't seem like they would have any empathy, again, towards this situation that, people, the fact that this person has been, like, again, adjudicated and found liable, but yeah, we know what he did. It just doesn't seem like there's ever been any empathy towards women. And for MAGA women, which again, those 4 buckets I talk about all the time, women, members of the BIPOC community, members of LGBTQIA, and veterans, how could any of those groups support Trump and Trumpism? That's still one that I don't know if I'll ever understand. Maybe they're just conditioned to think that way. Maybe it's just that they follow the lead of their MAGA husbands. But AD, I'll be curious your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was distracted by the whispering. I thought there was a ghost.
Sorry, it's my son. he wants
okay.
to try to get on.
It wasn't in my head.
No, it's not in your head.
Yeah. Oh gosh, it's a hard topic. I think talking about this, and I always promote this book. Don't think of an elephant, and it's a great way to. And if you're not into book reading, like get it on audiobook. But at least it's all in how you talk to someone, and I always defer to get them at the core, like get them in the emotions, because really that's what people are about anyway. It's like, what do you care about? What about this do you resonate with? Like, what about this is tickling your feels that makes you want to overlook all these other things that I know you really don't support? Like, I'm going to assume you're a good person, right? Like, there's some redeeming quality inside of you. And if I guess maybe if there's not, then I guess you're going to show me that by not being able to get on that level, right? Like, 100% of a person, I know I can find 1% that we can come together on, and then I build from there. That's kind of all you got to do.
You hope you can. I don't know
even
if
then,
you
it
can,
still might
but you
not
hope you
work.
can. Yeah, you hope you can. I don't know if you can.
Well, and
I think you hope you can.
I made a TikTok in regards to after listening to that, and I guess the point that I made, like, and said, men and MAGA men, you know somebody that's been essayed or raped. You might not know that you know somebody,
right?
But you probably know somebody that's had this happen to them.
Right.
So, be cognizant of the messages that you're putting out, because you might not be aware of it. But it's like, what if that was your daughter or your niece or somebody that was traumatized and didn't tell anybody? But they're still living with this, and then watching their loved one, a man that they're supposed to trust, espousing these views and embracing this man who's so amoral. And I just can't find anything really redeeming in Trump. And I have to question people, where are your morals when it comes to this? Is it oh, I was better financially under Trump. I had more money under Trump. Well, when is morality more important than money? When is the treatment of your loved ones or their inner feelings that you might not know about? When does that become more important than the money that you might have had?
And that's the thing too. We have to get and yes to that. But when you question someone on where is your morals, all they're going to do is put up their defenses, and the defense mechanisms to protect their ego are going to go up. So here's one of the ways that I come across, especially in the abortion debate. Sorry, your background's really.
There's a lot of background noise demanded, and I appreciate you for being here. It's just hard to have that.
Yep.
There,
yeah, if you want to drop me down, that's fine. My son is trying to have me help him get on Bluetooth.
I get it. I appreciate that. But thank you for your questions. I really appreciate you being here, friend. Thank you for joining, and thank you for being part
letting
of our
me
live.
come up.
You got it.
Thank
you. Have a great night.
I was just going to bring up the thing how we always say, like, for men, his abortion ban impacts you too, because now the whole thing, you're being controlled on when you can start a family. Like, that affects you personally in a way that you probably haven't thought of.
Exactly.
I genuinely thought I had lost my mind when she was up and that I was
hearing. I thought I heard dead people. I'm not.
Me too.
I don't like people. Sorry, TikTok. But yeah, ooh. But then somebody said whispering in the chat, and I was like, okay, it's not just me.
It happens. People, especially if you haven't done lives a lot, it's pretty. You can pick up a lot of surround sound. But hey, Walt, good to see you again, friend.
What's up, man?
How you doing, buddy?
Actually, I was like, I was brought up. What happened? I was tapping away.
Did you not want to request? What's on your mind, man?
Oh man, just a lot of stuff. But man, it's Friday, man. It says no topic too spicy. Man, like y'all got, it's been like sort of sad a little bit, and we got in the feels like I was hoping that somebody would mention something that get like really fun here.
Yeah, well, you never know. I mean, if Erica and Amy Don on the same panel at the same time, who knows where it could go? We could get
you never know.
Yeah, Erica's on top of Amy, so things can happen.
Where I like to be, well, what can I say?
Just saying.
I mean, you got me being, you got the spoon. You're the big spoon in this little you Erica sandwich. So
Oh, excuse.
Let us know what's up.
What did I do to deserve this? What?
So. Lugao, I think it's Lugao 123 in the chat. So friend, here's the thing. Yo, what's up with the blue nails? So bro, the problem is, friend, is that I don't think you're comfortable enough in your own masculinity to just do something that makes you feel good. So my daughter's been painting my fingernails since she was a little kid, and it's some of the greatest moments of my life. And it kind of feels good to have somebody go and give you a massage on your hands, and you get lotion on your hands, and they put color on your hands. It just feels good. So I'm sorry, friend, that you're just not secure enough in yourself to get that done, but you might want to think about it. I'd say try it. I'd say try it. But again, it looks good against my beard, right?
Wouldn't she be the only one to get the benefit of getting her nails did? Like, look at my boo-boo nails.
Oh, there you go.
Mine are just plain.
Yeah, get with the program, Erica.
You can't see my nails, so I don't know.
On. I end up picking it off. Like I'm too. I get a sort of. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't keep it on.
Well, anything on your, I mean, I know you're looking for a little sort of spicy talk, Walt, but I'm not sure. Maybe
Walt is here to get people pregnant, like he tries to do in every live.
Yo, hey, we gotta, hey, come on.
You do. You got so many virtual children out there. You lost count.
Jesus Christ, yeah, I can't keep up with them all. Like, my bad.
My sunshine girl, and I think she might have something that's on her mind. You can stick with Walt if you want. My sunshine girl, welcome. What's on your mind?
Hi, I'm going to talk about something I've not heard anybody talking about so far, and it has to do with the abortion bans in some states. And I am a nurse in Colorado. I work in the Periop area, and I have started to see older women, coming from the abortion ban states for hysterectomies. Like needed hysterectomies, like they had something go wrong, and they, had too much bleeding or tumors or other things like that. But not being able to access an OBGYN in the state that they are in. So this ban is not just affecting women of childbearing age.
Well, and that's the point. Kamala Harris has made the point of you've got to think about the actual application of policy, right? We have to get away from thinking, oh, these are great ideas on the surface. But when you look at how they impact human beings' lives, that's where don't be woefully intellectually lazy on thinking that out. Like, figure out the steps of what is that policy going to do to people's lives. Thank you for saying that. And I'm so, ugh.
Yeah. And I just want to kind of add something on to what somebody was saying earlier. I feel like my cortisone level is just through the roof.
Sure.
Yeah.
Do some vagus nerve stimulation exercises to activate your parasympathetic system so you can help with that rest and digest.
Yeah, definitely.
Take off your shoes, put your feet in the grass, a little bit of grounding, connect to Mother Earth.
Yeah, because we are activated a lot these days. I would agree, and it's self-care is more important now more than ever.
What do you have there, Erica?
I just wanted to point out this is a map of OBGYN deserts in the US. So every part of that map that is red, there is no OB-GYN care.
Wow.
Not a bit. So I can understand.
How is there nothing in Arizona? We are actually desert where they have problems. Like, that's wild that there's nothing in there.
Well, you
but
can
yeah,
look
this
at that
is
map, and then you could look at an electoral map, and you could start to draw some serious conclusions.
Right?
Yeah. So this is on a website called March of the Dimes that looks at pregnancy related issues.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention, my sunshine. I appreciate you for being here and for calling that out, because you're right. I mean, again, it's not just the headlines that people respond to. It's everything else. But
and you got to know there's men who love those women.
Thank
who
you.
Are getting
And I'll drop down.
Thanks for being here. Appreciate you very much.
Right, Steve? I mean, there's men who love women who are having to get those.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and I like that point, and I've been hearing that more and more. It's about, these sort of the Trump abortion bans nationally are also influencing men's ability to family plan, because, it's just like, it's just weird. It's
like, imagine you meet someone and you really feeling her, and you everything's great, and you talk, and she says, "Oh, I'm unable to have children because the Trump abortion ban made it so that I'm unable to get pregnant."
Right, exactly. Discombobulated. How are you this evening? I think they might have requested by accident. Could have been a butt dial.
Those happen.
They do. They happen a lot.
Hello.
Daddies, how are you tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
Fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
I wanted to talk about the economy problem because I didn't really realize. I knew it was bad because of all the stuff I've been through with the last year or so. But with my baby shower, I didn't realize how bad it had gotten until I got to my baby shower, and people are apologizing to me that came to my baby shower and saying that they're sorry that they could not get me a gift due to they have to pay bills or something happening in their own life. And it was just so many apologies, and I felt so bad. And I was like, it's okay. I mean, I'm struggling too, but I'm still trying to go through it. I had a few friends buy me things, but not too many. It was like 4 out of 15 people that came that they just couldn't buy anything.
Okay.
No diapers, wipes, anything. And I was like, this is terrible. We have got to fix this shit.
Are you planning on who are you planning on voting for in November?
Harris.
Okay. So what's your talk? I guess I'm a little bit confused. So I think we would all agree that things are expensive, but prices are coming down significantly.
Yeah.
So do you believe that we should be propping up the middle class more, people like us, the working poor?
Most definitely, like the middle class. I also like her housing thing because I haven't been able to get a house. I'm one of the younger generation, so I'm
Yeah,
like
and
I just turned 30, so I
yeah,
can't
so
afford a house.
well, I think there's a couple. Somebody just said this in the chat, and I was actually going to suggest the same thing. That's not the economy, though. Those are prices for certain things. That's different because by all macro measurements, the U.S. economy is doing incredibly well compared to all of other similar countries like G7 is what we're compared to. So our economy is actually doing really, really well to the point where some economic experts are saying, we could be heading for what's referred to as the Roaring Twenties. So the Roaring Twenties was a time in America where the economy was just exploding. Sadly, we got the Great Depression after that, but the world is different now. So we have to be careful with the language, even those of us on the left. When I say we, I mean the collective we, because the economy is doing really well. Pricing is different. Now, there's all kinds of factors that are connected to that. So yes, the prices of things are higher than they were a few years ago. But even just a few years ago, but they are gradually coming down. For people thinking that the price of diapers or the price of gas or the price of baby shower gifts is going to be what it was, it's not. That's
I mean, what's
capitalism.
a gallon of eggs now?
Exactly. We hear the gallon of eggs thing. So prices, in capitalism, prices will always go up. Now we can compare the prices to, going back to previous administrations, and they were always a little bit cheaper. So things are exponentially going to get more and more expensive. That's just the society we live in. What we have to be conscious of are wages increasing. And yes, wages are increasing, but consumers are still spending money. Interest rates are coming down. Those are all good factors. And I'm glad you brought up the $25,000 because one of the barriers to entry for first-time home buyers is the ability to put down a down payment. Most of us, if we're in the market to buy a house, we know what our budget's going to be, and we can I can swing that mortgage payment, right? But we don't have the money at our disposal to make the down payment. That's what that $25,000 can do. So that's a big win. That's a massive win for our economy.
I could afford a mortgage.
Yeah. I mean, like my apartment is more than my mortgage would ever be. I don't think because my mother has never paid that much for a mortgage. Why is my apartment that's not even a full 3-bedroom? It's like 2 tiny closets in 1 big room. And it's like $1,500 a month. Why? It's not, and I don't have any amenities or anything, like no pool, no nothing. I don't have any of that. I even have to go to a coin laundry. They don't even have a laundry thing.
Yeah.
Some of the factors, some of the pieces connected to that is when, the deregulation of industry during the Trump administration, which allowed venture capitalist firms and corporations to buy up single family housing units. And instead of
the 90-day waiting period, he did that. Yep. He lifted that,
Exactly. Instead of putting it back into the market to make it available to everybody, they just decided to rent it, and then they jack up the prices, and then every other landlord has to do the same. So
somebody else brought up another really interesting point that I think isn't being talked about as much either. Is you hear people talking about, things were so much better back then, right? I think a lot of them are having selective amnesia about how they were able to afford things with those stimulus checks.
Exactly.
I really feel like, because I was working for Carvana during that time, and people were buying cars like crazy. And then Carvana laid us off because that didn't last. Like, they were like, whoa, we hired 2,500 too many people because we didn't manage to realize that economy that we had, that people were buying things to bounce back and everything after the pandemic, it wasn't sustainable. And that wasn't anything to do with anything other than we were rebounding from a global pandemic, right? We had to get back. And
right, Cookie. As it turned out, they loved socialism. Exactly.
As it turned out. Hello.
Like a lot of people don't know that we're still living underneath like a bit of Trump's administration as far as like taxes, financial stuff. And I was like, and they're like, oh, they live so much better off of Trump. Well, duh, Obama did that. Like if you research it, you know that you really don't feel an effect from a president until 4 years later.
Yeah, they say between 18 and 24 months typically, but then COVID was this factor. So it's hard to compare, but generally speaking, it takes about 2 years for you to start to see any kinds of effects of the current administration, assuming that they were able to pass legislation early in their presidency. Like the first 100 days, they always talk about the first 100 days for a new administration are critical, because that's when you want to start to implement your policies. So then we can get to the point where we can, make some changes going forward.
And Scoops brought up a point too. There was a moratorium on evictions. There was a moratorium on our student loan payments. There was a lot of stuff helping us get through that, right? And then now they have this fees thing about, ooh, things were so much better. No, the hell they weren't. We were fighting through a global pandemic. What earth are you on? Earth 2, I guess.
Yeah, I was one of the people keeping the world running, so I drive trucks for a living.
Oh, you definitely were. Thank you for what you do every single day. Thank you, Daddy. I appreciate you being here, friend. I know it was. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you joining us. You have a good night.
They also only remember gas prices that were during the pandemic when no one was driving anywhere. Like, I could get gas for $1.50 a gallon. Yeah, because nobody was going.
It was shut
I bet
down.
that gallon of gas lasted you 3 months as well, because you weren't going anywhere.
Oh my gosh, I remember my car insurance actually went down because I didn't drive anywhere.
Yeah, I'm trying to find this.
Unfortunately, I think that corporations they know they can take advantage of us here in this country, because they know that a lot of things that we purchase is a necessity, things that we need, just like she was saying, that baby shower. My daughter's 5 years old, and 5 years ago, under the Trump administration, if anybody remembers, baby formula was off the chain. It was so high that they had to put it behind glass, lock doors.
It's true.
And so, I mean, I think that we have to understand from her perspective, because there's a lot of people who are doing well under this economy, but there's a lot of people who are not, and they are not feeling that relief. And I don't know if anybody knows what I'm going through right now, but I'm trying to find a place disability with $500 income a month. You're not going to find anything in that tax bracket unless you get some kind of help from somewhere. And when you factor that in with your bills and what you need to survive on, which is food and things like that, it hurts people who are going through those situations. And it's not just people who are sick and under certain things. It's I remember what it was like working all my life. I worked since I was 14, and I remember walking miles to work and working at a minimum wage job. And when you get that paycheck after taxes, it's like $200 every 2 weeks. And even though you bust your ass all week long, working long hours, and they don't pay you, you know what I'm saying? Corporations take advantage of you. And there's a lot of people in America living like that. And so when people say, hey, the economy and all the metrics is good, which is accurate, it's true. But when you don't feel it in your pocket, and you don't feel it when it comes down to the spending, and you go to the grocery store and you're like, oh my God, this meat is $5 a pound. You're like, what? It's like, it's
yeah, I mean, you bring up a great point, Walt, and I think what we have to be able to remind ourselves of something is that our economic system in our country has never favored the working poor. It's always tipped to support corporations and the greedy and the rich among us. So we've had some periods where corporate tax rates were high, individual highest earner tax rates were really, really high. But by and large, the system was created by people who look like me to benefit people like me. And we need to stop. We need to spin that narrative around.
But
Natalie,
Steve, I think there's a.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, my bad, bro. No, I was saying there is a solution, and unfortunately, it might have to be roughed out. But if we all work on one accord, I mean, if people would just only live within their means and get the things that they need and bargain shop and things like that, those prices will affect corporations will think twice about certain things. There's too many people out here spending $100,000 on that brand new car. There's too many people going out buying, a part of those tax brackets.
But that's a good thing. Like, we want people to spend. What we need to do is have people get paid more money so they can spend more money, because that's what's going to make us thrive, right?
Capitalism.
Yeah.
Hi, Natalie. Thank you for your patience. What's on your mind tonight?
Hey, no problem. I actually was on mute for a second. Didn't realize you approved me, so it worked out. Well, I was going to say something else, but as far as economy, it's been a conversation twice today with different people, just So I was, in a bad marriage that I had to leave with 4 kids. And so now I live in income-based housing, and I am relying on some government assistance. And it really sucks that you don't really realize it until you're in the system and needing it. It genuinely isn't built to get out of. The second you literally make 1 penny more, that's it. You get no more help. You get no support. And it really does. It's a really hard struggle to get back on your feet, because there's no in between programs. Then you hear all these people, well, you just live off of support. I mean, it's only been a couple of years. I'm here and I'm working, I'm doing my job, I'm raising my 4 kids. I am still contributing to society, but it just feels impossible sometimes. Like, how am I going to get out of it? So
Yeah, you're
I
right,
think a lot of
Natalie.
people don't realize that.
No, you're right. I mean, it's a really good point, and I think people without empathy aren't willing to understand that. That's part of what we were discussing earlier, right? I mean, it's by design. There are people that go after people, sadly, like you, who are in the system. It's not that you don't. It's not that you aren't contributing to society. It's just that to be able to take. And some people are, again, privileged to be able to take a risk, right? Some people can say, you know what, I'm going to cash in this. I'm going to cash in that. I'm going to go out and start a business and do the whole 9 yards. People that are in a position to be able to do that are fortunate, but the system itself, people who are in it are the ones that get attacked by the people who've created it, so that have put you in this in the system. It's crazy.
And I wish that like people like me, like we didn't get such a bad rap, because I didn't ask for the circumstances, I was in throughout my marriage. It's not, nobody wants that for their life, so it just really sucks. And then, you already, if you remember about my mom, is just, but she's very Trumpy. So, she went through a similar thing, when I was about the age of my kids now. And she's more than happy to rely on government assistance, but now that I need it, she's like, oh, you better be careful, they're gonna like end up taking your kids away from you, if you rely on them too much, they're gonna steal all your information or whatever the conspiracy is. And it's just so frustrating how two-faced it is, that it was okay for you when you needed it, but when I need it, it's not okay. Like, are you kidding me?
I mean, can't we have both? Like, can't we have both? Can't we have, because I'm really not a big fan of late stage capitalism either, because it takes away my time from doing stuff like this. I'd rather do this, right, Steve? But but really, I mean, in a lot of ways, it's pretty cool, because I can go out and make whatever money I want and elevate myself if I want to and choose to. I love that freedom. I love that about our country. What I love about our country is we do take care of one another. We do chip in for each other. Can't we do both? Can't both things be true? We are so binary. It drives me insane. Yes, let's live in a world where we have the freedom to make money and do that and do that and do that, but not at the cost of everyone else, right? We got to be able to balance that. We can have social programs that protect the most vulnerable of us, and also make laws that keep us free to earn the money. I'm just not willing to say a corporation is a person.
Well, touching on that, but that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I agree with you, Amy, to a certain degree. But when it comes down to jobs, that's why I kind of wish that we all act in a little more empathy, because there's people out there who limits a talent is only as good as flipping burgers. So what are they supposed to make? $15 an hour? You know what I'm saying, for the rest of their life, or less, or 10? Depending on, in this country's minimum wage is 7, 8 something still in certain areas.
But
so can anyone in this room make it on 68 an hour?
Right.
And that's where I'm getting at.
Let me ask you a question. And here, to your point, yes, and I get you. If we had the social programs in place, though, to where we had universal health care, we had all the things that keep people insecure in our economy because of that wage. Even if we didn't raise the minimum wage, if people didn't have to worry about going bankrupt because they got in an accident and had to go to the hospital, if people didn't worry about those things, if they didn't worry about getting food, if we had, a basic minimum income type thing where we had a monthly allowance for those types of things, there's things we could do. and not even touch the minimum wage, but still give people more of a secure life. Both things can happen.
Well,
Yeah,
can I say this?
People not choosing to get health care to prevent some
Right.
illnesses that would take their lives because they don't have it, right? I mean, as a small business owner, I'm on the ACA, and it's not perfect, and it's a challenge, but it's something. It's better than nothing. But again, as a progressive, I'm Kamala Harris has earned my vote, and I will absolutely proudly vote for her. But I don't want small bites of the apple. I don't want expansions of the ACA. I want the whole damn pie, which is universal health care. And we need to be pushing that. That's why we got to vote down ballot, so we have younger progressives in Congress who can pressure administrations to say, listen, we've got the votes. We'll pass universal health care. Let's get behind this shit and make our country better. So people like Natalie, people like Walt, people like myself, people like you, Amy Dawn, people who are part of the machine. No offense, Erica, but you're not here. You have health care.
Yeah, I know.
This machine it's designed to keep us distracted so the rich can continue to jam it where the sun don't shine, and we blame the people who are below us in the system, and it's discouraging and frustrating.
The number of people clients that I have had to tell, we don't take your insurance, or their insurance changes and they can no longer afford to see me because for some reason their new insurance is out of our network. That causes harm to people. It takes a lot for somebody to get with a counselor and have that therapeutic alliance. That messes with people. That messes with people when they're medically ill and they have a doctor that they rely on for life-saving care. And then their insurance gets changed and they can't see that doctor. Otherwise, it's out of pocket. There's so many practical applications.
We need our country to act. Go ahead, Natalie. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, just what had happened to me, this was a few years back. It's not even that my insurance changed. It was that the providers who they accept changed. So I did actually show up for an appointment that I needed fairly urgently, and they were just going to send me home. I was like, I'm not leaving. I need this to be addressed. There's got to be somebody somewhere in this building that will take my insurance to see me, because you couldn't even give me the courtesy to call to say, hey, we've had some changes, maybe we can find somebody else. No, they were going to send me home, and I had to, stand my ground in that regard. No, I'm going to get the care I need. You're going to figure it out. So sometimes things like that happen where it's even out of the patient's hand,
Thank you for joining us tonight, Natalie. I appreciate you bringing that perspective up, and you've got the right attitude. Things will. I always believe in another tomorrow, and you've got kids you mentioned, and I'm sorry that we're in this position where it becomes this sad mark against you because society puts you in that bucket, but you don't deserve it. But thank you for being here.
Can I ask you one thing in here? I'll get out, but can I ask you the question? Sorry, I just wanted to ask a question real quick, and then I can go out. So you're for more like the universal, healthcare and all that stuff. Are you actually hopeful that we could get there at some point?
I am.
Yeah.
I am. I
am too.
Again, I think it takes courage because let's think about the system, and I like talking about this because you've got pressure from Big Pharma, you've got pressure from the machine that doesn't want those things to happen. There is no reason that our country should have to pay the highest per capita cost for healthcare of any westernized nation in the world. There's no reason other than greed. There's no reason. So it's going to take Congress to pass anti-lobbying laws. It's going to take Citizens United from being overturned. It's going to take progressive members of Congress to say, we need to do this. It's long past due. So do I think we can do it? Absolutely. It just takes courage. It takes people that have never run for office before. Our friend Victoria, she's running in Tennessee. I think I saw her in the chats earlier. She's one of the people that would influence change. So let's not get distracted by the presidential election. That's obviously incredibly important. But we've got to be voting for people down the ballot, which influences change. Protect the Supreme Court. Pass laws that benefit Americans, all of us, not just the 1%. So yes, I am hopeful. Yes.
I will admit that is one thing I need to do better is get more involved in the smaller elections because they do make a difference as well.
They do. They really do.
Bigger of an impact than the
Appreciate you being here. You have a good night. See you later.
Good night.
And I think it's just important to point out as well that every country that has universal health care at one point did not have universal health care.
Exactly.
I remember my mum telling me about when she was a kid and there wasn't universal healthcare, and she's had asthma her whole life, and her mum and dad would have to scrape together money to get a doctor to come round and see her, and then suddenly they got the National Health Service, and they didn't have to scrape together that money anymore. Because they were paying it in a manageable amount every month as part of their taxes.
Exactly. Here's a great comment from Jilly. Thank you, Jilly, for this comment. Using our tax dollars for programs that benefit us is not radical. So when I go into right-wing spaces, so you don't have to, you're welcome. One of the things that comes up is they say, well, the radical left, the extreme left. And I say, what's extreme about the left? And they can never answer the question. We know that. So I say, do you think universal health care is extreme? So think about that, right? So people genuinely think, because again, the power, as somebody who does marketing and promotion, who've got a background in that kind of stuff, I will tip my hat to the right for decades of being able to convince their voters that universal health care is harmful to America. The people that would benefit the most from it are people who typically vote red, by and large.
Performative outrage is a terrible drug.
Impoverished communities, places where health centers have closed, people below the poverty line. You talk about the aggrieved white man in America, the ones that would benefit from things like, basic minimum income, or access to affordable health care that is not going to bankrupt them. They could live longer. We know that there's issues of substance abuse and addiction in poor communities, because that's what happens, the circle, right? All these things. But again, think about that. They're telling you that universal health care is radical.
But when you say universal, here's the key though. When you say universal health care, they're conditioned to dismiss that word because it falls outside the framework of their already conceptualized belief. But so here's the thing. What if you could have health care where there was one company that paid the claims, and so you'd have the collective bargaining power of everybody in the country to make sure that big pharma didn't price gouge us, which nobody likes apparently. We don't like greed, right? Big pharma's not price gouging, but also big pharma can still get paid to do their research, because we like that we have drugs that treat things that might unalive us and other things, right? But we want all that.
Well,
Steve, if I may, I'm glad Erica's here. I want to tell a true story, but you got another guest up, and I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I want to speak on something, and it might be clear. It might bring clarity to our way of life here in America compared to other developed nations.
Go ahead. We can do that. Well,
actually, Walt,
Erica,
I still have to park my car, so.
Okay.
Oh, damn.
Gotcha.
Right on, Rev. So, Erica, you can back me up if what I'm saying is false, okay, or whether it's true. And Amy, we talked about something that we both shared. I worked at First Data in Omaha. Okay.
Right.
Now, what I did there is I was a UK auth agent. That was my job title. What we did, we were in a nutshell, we was basically the people they called us to make sure that the car holder was the car holder. Okay, the person who owns the credit card. And I did something that was against protocol. While I was waiting, the merchant was looking up something that they had to find why the car holder was still on the card, and I started having a conversation with the car holder. Now, this is the first time I've ever heard of this and ever saw this ever in my life, and I'm from the fucking States. He was about to buy a Jaguar with his card that had a 50,000 or some odd limit on it, and he was going to buy a Jaguar brand new at the time, which was about 48,000 with that card. He was going to buy the car cash. And I said something that I shouldn't have said. I said, "Bro, what do you do for a living?" And he said, "I work in sales." And I said, "Awesome. You must be doing very good." He said, "I do okay." And he asked me, "Well, why would you ask me that question?" I was like, "Man, I if I could buy me a car on the card, I'll do that." He said, "You sound like you live in the States, in America, don't you?" I was like, yes. He said, do you know the difference between where I live and where you live? I was like, no, what's the difference? He says, here, people are being taken care of. We invest in our citizens.
Mhm.
Where you live, where you live, greed rules. They don't care about you guys. They don't invest in you guys. That's why there's people here who can work at McDonald's and have a nice house and a nice car, who can be a janitor and sweep floors. We don't work to live. We live to work.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well said.
And that blew my fucking mind.
Well said.
The work culture is very different here. Like the government are literally just putting through a law where your company, and they already have this in France, where the company you work for or the organization that you work for is not allowed to contact you outside of working hours.
Oh, I heard about that. Yes, that's amazing.
Yep.
Because
did they do that in California too? I feel like California just passed something
one of the
about
reasons
that.
I left corporate America. That's one of the reasons.
because they're, you know, here the average working week is 37 hours. 37 and a half hours. I used to work 30, when I worked in business, I worked 35 hours a week, and that was my working week. 7 hours a day, you know, Monday to Friday, literally 9 till 5 with an hour lunch break. And that was, you know, there wasn't this culture of everybody staying at work for hours afterwards or everybody getting into work hours before.
Brown nose. Yep.
Yeah, it's not a thing. I'm going to go to bed well, I'm in bed already, but I'm going to go to sleep in a second.
Thank you.
Still wearing my hoodie. But
was I wrong, Erica? Is what that guy described?
I don't think it's maybe changed a little now. But I think he was right in terms of investing in people. Because when you people don't get that when you have universal healthcare and your government, it's one of the things here that people are most concerned about is the NHS and the NHS remaining a thing, right? And it's one thing that will unite people, no matter what their political persuasion is, that they want to keep the NHS. And what people don't understand is the knock-on impact of having universal healthcare. Your government starts to care what is put into your food because they don't want to be paying out for more healthcare than they need to. It's far cheaper to prevent somebody from getting an illness than it is to treat the illness once somebody has it.
Exactly. Companies investing in wellness. You're right.
Yeah. So things like you can go to your GP and get your family doctor, we call them general practitioners. You can go to your GP and get a prescription for a gym membership or a or to go and see a dietitian to help with, you know, with your weight. I go to an asthma clinic once every 3 months to make sure my asthma's in check. Today I was speaking to Steve earlier and said I've felt a little lightheaded all day, and he said, why aren't you phoning, like, you've got universal healthcare, like, use it. So I phoned my GP and booked him for some blood tests. But you can do all that stuff. I could phone at 8 o'clock on Monday morning and by lunchtime have had a telehealth appointment with somebody. And that's, you know, I could go into the surgery as well, but for me, 9 times out of 10, I know what's wrong with me, so I can have a telehealth appointment, and they know that I know what's wrong with me, so they'll, you know, that's fine.
I was a citizen, and I got to get health care there when I lived there because, yeah, it's there.
Well, I was joking with Steve the other day that if he broke his arm, for example, it would probably be cheaper to pay for a flight here and get it treated in an NHS hospital than it would be for him to go and get it done.
Can we all knock on wood, please? The last thing I need right now is to break my arm. Thank you very much.
Right. You may not be the only one that has a big bed, Steve.
Okay. Okay.
I haven't seen any tiny beds.
Wow. I leave for a little bit, and
I
the
know.
spiciness did not stop.
Totally. You brought the spice with you, Rev. Appreciate you. Erica, get some sleep.
Apparently.
Right. Anyway, I need to get some sleep because my blood pressure is low today and I'm tired. Love you all.
Love you too.
Love
See
you,
you later.
bestie.
Sleep
Much
well.
love, Erica.
Night-night.
Sweet dreams.
Have a good night, Erica.
Rev, welcome, brother. It's been a while. How you doing, man?
Yeah, it has. Honestly, I am doing. I'm actually doing really good. I'm in a new place. I'm actually in a new apartment now. No longer couch surfing, so that's good. And the subject I actually wanted to bring up, what's been on my mind, and I wanted to talk to you about. See if I'm barking up the wrong tree. But first, I'm going to put my 1 cent in on pickup line that I've now thought about is, hey, I will make you tacos and rub your butt on top of a heated mattress cover.
What the hell is that, Rev? Wow.
And they were talking about pickup lines at the beginning of the live.
You, Dad.
What kind of panties? That's
Everybody's
not
going to
what
run out and
the
buy
hell?
heated mattress covers now. That's what's going to happen. Well played, bro. Well played. You were listening. You got the assignment. Well
W
played.
in the chat for Rev. W in the chat for Rev.
I swear to God, man. What the hell is that?
Hey,
I mean, go ahead, bro. Yeah, go for it.
Oh yeah, no. So I actually wanted to talk about the part. This is actually. I mean, you guys know I was already going to vote for Harris anyway, but this is definitely a plus for me. Is her wanting to do the 50,000 for new small biz, the 50,000 tax credit for new small businesses. I finally have gotten to a point where I'm sending out all these applications, still nothing. Not getting interviews. I'm not even getting responses. And all I get is thank you, but no thank you emails. So I finally was just like, I was talking with somebody, and because I was a former professional photographer, a former freelance photojournalist and everything. And I had a marketing person in my Uber that was talking about her frustration at finding a photographer to take the headshots for her firm.
There you go.
And then for their website. And I was like, that's easy. I was like, I don't understand why you're having a hard time. And she goes, well, we're trying to schedule with other photographers, yada yada. So I just kept thinking, I kept thinking, what if you had a photographer who that was their entire business model was,
headshots.
or at least
corporate
a big
headshots.
part of their, it's corporate headshots,
LinkedIn profile pictures, things like that.
Yeah. Photographing your office for your website.
Yep. There you go.
So I'm writing.
Fiverr. Get it on Fiverr.
Yeah, no, I'm actually, so right now I'm actually laying the infrastructure to launch this photography business at the beginning of next year, because I know if I get my LLC now, I might not qualify for that tax credit. Because
the election's important to you. The election.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So yeah. Right.
If you're at the point where you write a business plan, let me know. It's kind of what I do. So let me know if I can help.
Oh no, and I actually wanted to ask you about that. About if you'd be willing to maybe give me a hand with some pointers, like even if it's applications like on a computer that you use.
Got you.
To hey, it's like even if like I have an idea for how to try to get started, but I'll run it by you to see if that makes sense.
Happy to help.
Oh, I appreciate it. Because I'm finally like, you know what? If nobody else is going to help me, yeah. I mean, it really is I'm going to help myself at this point, because I've got my own life, I've got my own happiness to think about, and especially with the fact that after I had kind of an existential crisis not too long ago.
You've been through some shit, brother. You've been through some shit.
Yes, I have. But I had this, I just had that epiphany. And I mean, I'm not saying, I realized I was hoarding my pain. and I just realized why. I just said why, and I ended up letting a ton of shit go because I was done. I was just done feeling that way. Now, I mean, I'm at the point where I realized, okay, I'm looking at my kind of my baggage as a storage unit. I emptied about 3/4 of it. I understand that I still have some shit that was in the back that I've still got to go through and work through. But ever since I did that, I've actually started feeling happiness again and contentment. Even with like all my struggles going around, I'm appreciating those small moments of happiness and appreciating that time I have with family, with friends, with, like even right now, like I'm in Oregon right now and it's 70 degrees, almost sunset, and it's beautiful out right now. It's just appreciating it and just enjoying those little moments now. And I'm definitely doing way better mentally now than I was, 2-3 months ago. So
that's
Love
awesome,
that
bro.
you use the hoarder analogy because I use that with my clients all the time. It's like we're going to unpack the hoarder house of your psyche. And we are going to figure out what you're going to keep, what you're going to sell, what you're going to give away. We're going to organize that stuff, and then we're going to figure out how to put it back in a much more useful, self-affirming way. So
yes,
for you.
Good for you,
That's
Rev.
awesome, bro.
Let me know, man. Like I said, happy to help.
Yeah.
I think you're on the right path. I remember the commitment when I made the commitment to go out, on my own. It was scary as hell. One kid in college, one more on the way. Shit, this is going to be scary. But I had to do it. I was just losing myself, and I was well respected. Had a really good paying job. I had lots of influence over the company I was working for. But I'm just like, nope, not anymore. Nope.
Yeah.
Nope. So good for you. Right. Take control of it. Good for you. Let me know how I can help.
And Rev, you want to know what else is going to make you happier? Is you need to find better. You need to find better pickup lines, brother. What the hell was that? What the hell was that, bro?
Hey,
on every what?
Dude,
did that ever work for you? What?
Actually, no. I have actually used. I mean, I don't use the pickup lines like right away, but I have actually, I normally kind of schmooze in a little bit, but I have, if the flirtation's getting pretty heavy, I have used, hey, I've looked right at him dead in the eye and said, hey, I am willing to make you tacos and rub your butt.
There you go.
It has actually worked. It is actually
nothing wrong with that.
Amy Don, I'm curious. Are you from Tennessee? Because you're the only 10 I see.
Man, bro, what the hell? No. Hell no, bro. No, bro. We not doing this. What the hell?
Nope.
Wow.
Oh no, the only other the only other pickup line I've actually used is hey, you do know big guys are portable space heaters, right?
Y'all are fired. I don't know where y'all getting these lines from.
Yeah,
that's crazy. It do get crazy.
I'm sorry, Facts.
Wow.
Facts, is your middle name Wi-Fi? Because I'm feeling a connection.
Oh God!
Wow,
oh my God!
That's worse than mine. Are you kidding me? That's worse than mine.
What was that?
Damn.
Yo, I feel like a lot of women is like going through the desert.
I'll talk to you guys later.
There's
Love you.
no rock happening at this moment. All right, Rev.
I don't know what
Jesus
the hell
Christ.
that was.
What was that, Amy?
You started it.
Desert. It's like it's dry in here. It's all dry.
Do you have a Band-Aid, though? Because I just scraped my knee falling for you, baby.
Wow.
Okay. Wow. We're going there. This is what's happening.
I got one that came in from the cheap seats. Did it hurt when you fell from heaven?
That old ass, whack ass line? Yeah.
No.
That's from Nikki.
Christ.
I'm sorry. Di, how are you?
Oh, hello. I'm sorry. I'm eating my chicken tikka masala.
Ooh, sounds yummy.
Sounds
What's on your
delicious.
mind aside from that?
Yeah, what's that?
I said, what's on your mind aside from that?
Well, I've been listening to your live for about an hour. I have been up and spoken with you a couple of times, but I really tend not to come up and share my views all the time.
Sure.
But I'm Scottish, living in America in the Midwest, and my wife, when I originally met her, was a lawyer, and she's now a judge for young criminal court. And my wife specialized during her time at university over here on constitutional law. So she delves into all sorts of things. She's always reading at home, even outside of work and such. And I decided I wanted to play a game of catch up. Not that I'm ever going to manage to catch up on 20 years of law experience, but I started reading the Federalist Papers. And one of the things that really struck me was James Madison having a conversation, and I think this is about the 10th letter or something, when he talks about the protection of the minority of the opulent and how that must always be protected. And when you then read further and then you look at what's happening today, it suddenly struck me that these people were talking about making a representative republic because they knew that themselves as the major landowners and property owners and basically the money people, that eventually America would become so big in its population that they themselves would be outnumbered by the poor or by the less affluent. And what they wanted to do was basically protect themselves against these people making bipartisan votes or projects against their own wealth. And it's something that I seem to, I've read Mein Kampf, I've read a few other different books when it comes to far-right philosophy and such. And the thing that I seem to find today in America is that, and it even happened in the 20s with Carnegie and other people, that when the general populace become woke or become informed and they start to question those that rule, fascism seems to raise its head very, very, very quickly. And I think this is the one thing, ever since the internet came on, it's almost like the Gutenberg Bible. The Catholic Church was so against the printing of the Bible because they knew that the population would now start to make their own interpretation of the teachings of religion. And I seem to have found that looking in correlation from the start of the internet, whether it be, I'm not quite sure what, the early 90s or late 1980s, to now, and to where we're now at, with this type of division in one of the greatest countries in the world, or what used to be one of the greatest countries in the world. I've worked on super yachts and cruise ships. I've lived on 5 different continents. And I can say today, living here in America, I'm actually afraid living here in America for my future, for my wife's future, and for our nieces and nephews. And when I look at all of what seems to be happening, it's like this rise of fascism within the right wing to keep a hold of authority because they know they're in the minority. And that no matter how much education is here in America, they have to fight against that education because they don't want an educated population because they know they're never ever going to win.
You're right, Amy Dawn. How many times do I say that? I mean, I say it all the time, Di. I mean, it's by design. I mean, it's the reason. So think of it this way. So this whole situation and this story is crazy. In the state of Oklahoma, there was a request made by the superintendent of schools in the state wanting to put Bibles into all classrooms. 55,000 Bibles. The only Bible that met the criteria of the 2,900. I just learned this recently. 2,900 versions of the Bible are available to U.S. Through U.S. publishers. The one Bible that met all the criteria was the Trump Bible. Ironically enough, it was missing amendments 11 through 27 because in the Trump Bible included the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, the Pledge of Allegiance, and the words to Lee Greenwood's song, Proud to be an American.
Yeah.
I say that because, as you just hit the nail on the head, keeping the electorate dumb is by design. They do not, the reason they push back against woke is not because they think it's connected to some, conspiracy. It's because they do not want their electorate to be informed.
Yeah.
They do not want them to be open-minded.
You know what they are? They're not going to support what they're trying to grift over on them.
Exactly. That's exactly right. So you're absolutely right about that. We see this all the time. When you're talking about the rise of fascism, that is by design. You control the mass media. You push back against what they refer to as the indoctrination of liberal education.
Yeah.
You attack educators so you can keep the electorate dumb, so you can continue to lie to them and they'll believe it. And it's
the one thing I do remember reading in Mein Kampf and a couple of other different books, Andrew Huxley in particular, was it's not necessary to make people believe the lies. What it is actually to make the people question the truth and to not believe anything. It's basically to the point where if I am the regime, I am the dictator, and I tell you that 2 + 2 = 5, you will believe that, even though you know you it's not true. You will say and you will behave as though that is true. And this is what I'm seeing with MAGA Republicans, and it is absolutely scary. It's frightening. And I'm sorry, there was one thing that I wanted to ask Walt.
Yes, sir.
How are you, Walt?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
I'm doing good. As I say, I'm eating my chicken masala. My wife's away for 2 days, and I'm partying like crazy all by myself. You know what it's like. You know what it's like when you live in the pockets of each other, and it's nice to have a break every now and then.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
So earlier on, being Scottish, I obviously come from a place that's got universal health care and various other stuff. A few weeks ago, I tripped up on the way to the bathroom, and we have a dressing mirror that was up against the side of the wall, and I basically went straight through that and sliced a 8.5-inch scar into my skull.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
What? You okay, man?
I went right. Yeah, I'm okay. I kind of passed out. My wife was standing over me screaming. I don't know if you've ever got anything to do with forensics, but if you've ever been in a murder or a schmurder scene or something like that, and you got the blood splatter patterns, that was the back bedroom on that night.
Oh my
anyway,
God.
cut a long story short, all of that cost me emergency room, 2 CT scans on my head and my top of my spinal column, almost about $3,000. And if I was in the UK,
it would have never been that cheap here.
What's that, buddy?
It would never been cheap.
Well, no, it happened here, and that with my insurance.
Are you serious?
Yeah, with my insurance, the initial emergency
Still less than $3,000.
Well, he's saying you had to pay anything at all is the point.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Right.
If I was in the UK, if I was back in Edinburgh in Scotland, I would have just basically gone down to the emergency the following day, and that would have been it, done.
Like Erica always says.
So you wouldn't have had to pay anything back there in your.
I mean, this is it's a bit of a misconception when people say that universal health care is free. It's not free. It's paid at the taxpayer pays for it.
Correct.
As a percentage of the taxes, and I think in the UK it's around 8 or 9% of the total taxes that you pay, and that goes into our pension and it goes into our
Correct.
And of course, it's government run. The difference is here, you pay in to the government, and then the government lends it out to a third person or a second party, whatever it is you call it, and they make a bazillion dollars off of it.
Not quite. Not quite.
Well,
but I know what you're implying.
Yeah, I know where he's going. Yeah.
How much is?
Whether-
I think your
people
GDP for medical is about 4.2 trillion in this country.
Right, but that's
Yes.
different than so we don't pay the I mean with the exception of Medicare, Medicaid, we don't pay the government for that. So people the uninsured are the uninsured. So there's the
Yes,
ACA,
and-
there's
and
the
that's
network
why
that
I
people
mentioned
can
the
buy
comment
into,
that
then
I
you have
said.
private insurance or your employer. So that's not connected to the government. That's the issue.
There's a lot of people without insurance, and most people get their insurance through their employer.
Yeah.
So when you told me how much you paid, I'm thinking in terms of the life experience I have. Like I don't until I got on disability, I didn't have health care. I couldn't afford health care. So if I would have had that accident and went in there through the emergency room and all that stuff, it definitely wouldn't have been $3,000. It would have been a whole hell of a lot more.
Let me tell you, I had to go to the emergency room and I didn't have insurance for a month. And that just so happened to be a month I had to go to the emergency room. It was over 10 grand because I didn't have insurance.
That's what I was saying. I was like, 3,000? Okay.
Right. That's why I understood what
that's
you
better
meant.
than 10 grand.
Like,
yeah.
I know
like
what
what?
your brain is thinking, right?
I want to do a quick PSA because somebody just asked the question here. So the question was about the Apprentice movie. So here's the update. So the Apprentice movie was released in theaters today. So I joined the Kickstarter, which gives us access to the stream. We got a notification from the Kickstarter campaign today, that they do not yet have secured a contract with a streaming service. Think like Netflix or Prime or whatever it might be. I'm assuming that once they land on that, then they will give us access to the stream. So that's what we're waiting for. So as a substitute, on Sunday night, 5 p.m. in our Discord, if you are a subscriber, if you subscribe through our channel, you'll automatically be subscribed in the subscriber channel in our Discord. You don't need to be a subscriber to join our Discord, but this is a benefit for you. So on Sunday night at 5 p.m., we're going to be streaming the movie. It's called A Storm Foretold. It's connected to January 6th and then the election crimes leading up to that. Roger Stone is featured. Apparently, it's pretty compelling. So we're going to watch that. It's about an hour and a half long. Sunday evening, 5 p.m. Eastern Time, a subscriber benefit. If you also are a subscriber, in the subscriber link channel in our Discord, you'll get a 10% off coupon for any items in the Facts merch store. You can find access to the first Facts merch store in the link tree that is in my bio. Whew, there you go. Thanks for jumping in tonight. I appreciate you, Fred, for being here.
I do have one last thing to ask Walt,
Sure.
or
Yes, sir.
actually to all of you. Do any of you know of a writer from the late 1800s called Frederick Ludwig Hoffman?
No.
No.
Okay. This might hurt. Frederick Ludwig Hoffman was an immigrant from Germany. He was a statistician. He came over and
Hey,
sailed.
Fred, I'm sorry. I do have some other people that are requesting. I appreciate that. But I want to move on to somebody else though. But thank you for being
Please
here.
look up Frederick Ludwig Hoffman, Walt.
I will do that.
Thank you,
All
Dad. All right. Keep tapping and sharing, friends. Let's try to get to 200K if we can at least do that. 260 folks in here. We should easily be able to bang that out. Positive, how are you tonight?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me up.
You got it. What's on your mind?
Oh man, I was just I've been battling with a cousin of mine over just various disinformation and from Democrats controlling the weather to impact.
Wait, we don't? Democrats, we don't control the weather? I must have missed the memo.
I know. I mean, if only we could, and
Seriously.
droughts and all the other forest fires, and
Right.
that we would target it to do bad is. And then I was asking her, like, how does it feel to live in so much fear? And she's like, I don't live in fear. And I'm just like, every single thing that she talked about was fear based, and so we were talking about health insurance because her husband is a blue collar guy. He's like a plumber, and he, they're self-insured, And last year they decided to, well, they were part of the ACA, but they decided to self-insure. And, she's older than me, so, late 60s. And, I was just like, man, aren't you kind of afraid of that? Both of her parents passed away from cancer. And I was like, it just seems, risky. And she was like, well, we don't want, we're so afraid of the government and of what they're going to do to us if we accept health insurance. And, I tried to paint this picture of what it would look like if we had universal health care and how that would, benefit them and benefit, her and her situation. And yeah, it's just amazing. Again, it comes down to fear and control and misinformation, right? They think, oh, if we have universal health care, they're going to mandate vaccines and they're going to poison us all and they're going to require these things that she couldn't really name them, but there was these things that we were going to have to go through as part of it. And I don't know, it's just like, and I've just gotten to the point with it just seems to be ramping up, I guess, the fear, the disinformation, the amount of
it's part
crazy
of the playbook.
claims. And,
it's part of the playbook, though. I mean, it literally is. These are one of the tenets of fascism, where you stoke the fires of anger towards other people that don't look like you, that they're the enemy. Like I said earlier. Meanwhile, the ones that are in power are the ones that are in their minds. It's the right. The ones that are in power on the right are the ones that are sticking it to their citizens. Like we talked about earlier, the fact that they're one of the reasons that Mike Johnson does not want to call the House back in session to get emergency funding out to people who've been affected by the hurricanes is because they want Americans to suffer so they have somebody to blame it on. Meanwhile, they're propping up their candidate, who is a twice impeached, 4-time indicted, sexually abusing fraudster convicted felon, who is a pathetic waste of human space, and they need cover. So they will intentionally allow American citizens to be harmed so that they can have cover for their guy 25 days before the election. That's how pitiful it is. If anybody wants to challenge my thinking on that, feel free. But it's right in front of us. It's right in front of us.
Yeah, I totally agree. And the thing that drives me, I mean, it's like they don't do any research to see that, no, it's the Republicans that, Donald Trump was the one who pulled money out of FEMA to pay for immigrants. And then
correct. Detention centers. Correct. Yep.
Yeah, detention centers. And then it was the Republicans that didn't vote to fund FEMA.
Correct.
And but if their representative tells them that no, or brags about it, or even the infrastructure, she was saying something about the infrastructure and and she lives in California. She lives in Lafayette, California, and she's like, I haven't seen a single goddamn thing, so I looked up online and they're doing this big enhancement to this corridor right by her house, and I'm like, that's paid for by the infrastructure bill. And she's like, oh no, that's through California taxpayer money, and I'm paying my fair share of that. And I don't know, it's just I don't know, it's just crazy.
It is the danger of misinformation, and that's part of what we do this for, so that we can provide a space for people to at least push back and prove me wrong. I'd love to be proven wrong, because then I want to make sure I get the right information out. But
Right.
I appreciate you jumping in, Positive. That's the whole goal here. We're trying to move the needle forward and fight back wherever we can. We're all in it together. 25 days until Election Day. Vote.org. Check your voter registration. What's your plan on Election Day? Please be sure you're rallying your neighbors and your friends. And if you can phone bank. If you can knock on doors. Let's get Democrats elected up and down the aisle, up and down the ballot, so we can pass legislation that's progressive, so we can start protecting the rights of people who've been impacted by corruption for so long.
And the last thing I'll say is I have been phone banking, and we on here, I'm in a lot of lives and listening, and I'm pretty, aware of what's going on. And I will just tell you, there are so many people out there who really are ill-informed, and they have no idea, and they don't pay attention at all. And it seems like, for me, I'm so immersed in it because I'm so worried, but there are so many people who really don't know. And you can when I'm phone banking, I was calling people in Georgia, and there was just I could not believe how many people didn't know that Trump had been convicted, didn't know that where different things had come from, and so it's really helpful, and it does give you hope when you find these people that really are undecided and uninformed, and you can shed some light. And it seems if you spend a lot of time in Texas, it seems like there's everybody knows where they are, but there really are people who don't know what's going on, and they might be voting for Trump because they don't know any better, and then you just can tell them a couple things and they're like, really? And then I just encourage them to look it up for themselves. And so anyways, it does give me a little hope when I do that.
I know. Keep fighting, my friend. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for having me up. Talk to you later.
You got it.
Bye.
I mean, yeah, let's talk about that. The news cycle goes by so quickly. I imagine it is pretty overwhelming for a person who we're passionate about this topic, right? This is something that we're interested in, but not everyone is. And I would imagine it is exhausting to keep up with the unprecedented days because every day is unprecedented, and the news cycle is going so quickly. How long ago was the Baltimore Bridge collapse? Like last year? I feel like that was forever.
That's a good point. Things move social media. So, I mean, I've had many people tell me, and I take this seriously, and I take this as a responsibility, that a lot of people get their news and get their updates from not just me, but social media, streamers, people who do this for, every single day. And I think it's incredibly
I
important.
don't know that I would know anything about the news if it weren't for Nikki and our Mousetrap news channel. I mean, and I'm not being, I am kind of being cute and cheeky, but but for real, when I'm on just my 4 days that I'm at the clinic, like those 4 days I work, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I really don't have time to stay tuned in. And the only way I know that stuff's happening is our group chat.
Amy Dawn, by the way, are you a cat? Because you're perfect.
I knew that.
Amy Dawn, are you a bank loan? Because you've got my interest.
Jesus Christ. It's going there. It's really going there, isn't it? I want to try something on your live, Steve. I want to try this.
Lender. Okay. Your high interest.
I want to try something. It's 170. It's 260 people. 268 people in here. And Steve is only at 176K likes. That's criminal. If you guys can get him to 200K likes, I would turn my camera on.
Oh my gosh, same brain. I was just going to ask you to threaten to turn your camera on to get us to 200, and you beat me to it.
Amy Dawn, girl, you must be a beaver, cuz damn.
Why?
Wait, no, that's chipmunk teeth. Wrong guy.
Why, man?
Why? How did we get here, Steve?
There's some that are really bad. I won't read those.
How did I get into this particular threesome? Oh my goodness. Wait.
I can't do that one.
Yes, you can. You better.
Nope.
Oh no.
All right, you asked for it. Your ankles would look great around my neck. You asked for it. I'm sorry to tell you. You said go for it, so I did. Just saying.
It's okay. I accept that.
Girl, that's right. We must be in the library because I'm checking you out. Thank you, Wendy. I appreciate you. All right.
Oh my God.
Are you sunburnt or are you just that hot all the time? These are so bad. Can you imagine?
So bad.
Wow. Hey, JD, how are you?
Doing pretty good.
What's on your mind tonight?
A couple
Please
things.
don't let it be a bad pickup line, JD.
Oh no. I've missed catching you guys. Just 2 weeks ago, I had a bad fibromyalgia flare. We had tornadoes come through, and spent an hour in the basement. And that being in that damp started it, and that was on like Monday, Tuesday, and then that following Saturday, I went into a full flare where getting out of bed was no, not happening. I told my friend, have you ever hurt so bad you felt your body should be shaking? That's how bad it was. But anyway, every time I think I'm going to finally get in a position where I can do something on here and start making content, something like that happens and reinforces why I'm on disability. But I have been asking Trumpers, MAGA, whatever you want to call them, a question. And I'm just putting it out here on any that's listening here. There are two imperative things needed for good economic growth. And this ties into what you guys were talking about with economics earlier. There are two imperatives. Tell me why Trump cannot follow through with those two. See, they have to go and figure out those two imperatives. Then they have to tell me why he can't follow through with them.
I might have to think about those myself. Thank you for that. A little thought-provoking for our evening.
Yep.
Thank you, JD. Appreciate you very much.
And if you want me to next week, I'll pop in, or you tell me when, and I'll give the answers.
Okay, I like that. I appreciate you very much.
Cool.
Stay
I love
safe.
the follow-up. Follow-up
Okay.
energy.
Bye, JD.
Bye.
All right, before we go, hold on. I got
Wait,
more
wait,
requests.
Steve.
Yes.
Do you got a pencil?
Why?
Because I want to erase your past and start writing our future.
I see you have an iPhone. I have an iPhone too. Must be fate.
What the hell is that? Oh my god. Wait though. Walter. Are you a parking ticket? Because Walter, you're fine.
Hi, Marie.
Yo, I'm sorry. I just, I had to do daddy duty. So, man, what was that? What'd you say?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Hi, Marie.
Okay,
How are you
that's
tonight?
what's up.
I'm doing fine. I just want to ask if
what's on your
people
mind,
could
friend?
there's a man in Texas who is up for being unalived, and we need people to contact Greg Abbott to put a stay to this. His name is Robert Robinson.
Yeah, I read about that. And he's innocent, right?
Yes, he is. It was something about the shaken baby syndrome, and this goes back decades. But can I rattle off the phone number for Greg Abbott, please?
Sure.
Certainly. 512-463-1828. If people could also do us a favor, and now I know trying to sign up for the NAACP, the ACLU, and the Innocent Project. Even the minimum thing for the NAACP is only $30. So, and they've been having a dwindling following. So, if people could do that.
Are you in our Discord?
I don't have Discord. I'm sorry, love.
DM it to our mod, Nick. DM that information to our mod, Nikki, so she can repost it in our Discord, and we can get more word out to our people that are in our Discord as well. Nikki, drop a comment so Marie can see you, please.
I'm mutuals with Nikki, but also his unaliving is scheduled for the 17th of this month. So we only got 9 more days. I'm sorry, 6 more days before this absolutely is going to take place. Once again, he is an innocent man. He would rather go ahead.
He's a black man, isn't he?
No, that was
That was Marcellus Willis.
That was Marquise Williams.
Marcellus, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Marcellus. I'm sorry, apologize. Yes.
No, it's good. Good.
And he was in Oklahoma. It's ironic that the two Oklahomans in the governor's seat or in the some higher up seat. Those two, the man and wife, of course, white people, managed to hold their pews and were gotten away with it, but they put Marcellus. Yeah, they put Marcellus.
Well, Missouri, you mean? It happened here where I live. Yeah.
My apologies. Yes.
Yeah. No, it's all good. Yeah.
I get frustrated sometimes. And anybody that knows Light on the Hill, who is a creator, he's an amazing man. We talk about the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment from Fridays to Mondays. and there's a lot of breaking down. So if you ever get the chance to listen to him or want to go join him, I'm sure that many in the panel here, especially you, Steve, would absolutely enjoy listening to him. Hi, Queen. They're amazing, and it shows what is possible with the I can't say his name for the life of me. 45 is all I can call him.
Understood.
Could dismantle and harm with the thing. But that's all I needed to say. I thank you all, love you all, and I'll sign off. I appreciate it.
Thank
you for that, Marie. Thank you so much for that.
Not a problem. Thank you.
Appreciate you.
My own favorite pet name is Rosie's pet name for him, and only she can say it right, so I'm not even gonna try. But Omaha Cat Lady, yeah, I love her name for the Tangelo criminal.
Agreed. Yeah, she's got numerous names for. Laura
Rosie is
Vallada,
amazing.
You have a lot to say in the chat, Laura. I just asked you if you would mind requesting to join. We can have a conversation.
What? We got Michael late to the party? Oh my god.
It's okay.
I love that. It sure is.
Let's see. Do I dare?
You better do it.
Amy Dawn.
Here we go.
Do you like Star Wars?
Oh shit.
Because Yoda won for me.
I thought it had something to do with Princess Leia.
Ridiculous.
Lord. Wait, but Steve.
Yeah.
Are you Australian?
No, why?
No, because you make me want to go down under.
Spicy. It's getting there. This is definitely after dark now.
I better be giving a girl some coins. I'm working hard up in this box.
Seriously, she's working hard up here. Look her up. Let's go.
It's crazy.
I'm making things marginally solid.
Y'all really want to see me on camera? Y'all almost at 200K. That's crazy.
This one's on the list. I don't know why it is. It says, "You look like my first wife."
No. I'm not laughing at that.
That depends on if you've been married before. See, that's for some single man. See, now
I've been married before. I'm just
if
saying.
my daughter's boyfriend said that to her, that would be cute because he's never been married, and that just means that she's going to be his first.
I know
wife.
what it means. It's no. That's like no.
I'm telling Steve, Walter.
Oh, okay. My bad.
I know you know.
Whack.
I can't. Sorry, get going. Nope.
You know what you can't
Yeah,
do
you
it
can
the
go
way
ahead and do it. Do it. Do it.
I respect Amy Dawn too much. Can't do it.
Okay. No, you
Gal, how are you, friend? How are you
Oh
tonight?
my God, I'm so excited.
Excellent. I'm glad. What's on your mind?
I've wanted to tell you for so long that I watch your lives every freaking morning until I go to work, and then I have to do work.
Work. Yeah.
But
Thank you.
I wanted to tell
thank you for
guys
watching me, Gal. I appreciate that.
Oh.
Right on. That's good stuff. What?
guys
What
are-
happened?
you
You wasn't
guys are-
talking to me? You was talking to Steve? Oh, my bad.
Yeah,
Thank
sorry.
you, Gal pal. I appreciate that very much.
But I want to tell you something in particular.
Okay.
The way that you put up with these people is you're like a saint, because I'm over here screaming at them, flipping them off, rolling my eyes, and you just do a really good job. And thank you so much for being there for us, because us blue people really need it.
I appreciate you saying that. Thank you very much. When I lead off the live, I just bang my head into the sheetrock and then run around outside and scream with my hair on fire. But aside from that, I appreciate you saying that.
I had there was a when I was coming home tonight, I left the grocery store and there was this one, I don't know who they are, but they've got their little Trump display sitting on the corner of the street, and they've got their flags and they've got their anyway. And I would love to say something, but I'm so fearful that someone's either gonna hurt me because I'm just one person, But
Well,
yeah,
it's interesting. I was in I told this story. I think I told this story recently. I was in the grocery store over the last weekend, and there was a gentleman next to me. Excuse me, had his Trump Vance hat on, and I always take those opportunities. I've had many conversations in public. Some have gone better than others. He said, I said, "Sir, can I ask you about your hat?" He's like, "No, I don't talk politics in public." And I'm like, "But you wore your hat." and he kind of just sort of walked away, and I chose not to pursue. My daughter was with me. She's like, Dad, no, please. I'm like, okay, fine. So, but that's an example. So, I mean, it's the people. So again, we see a lot of loudness and activity in the chat. And I think MAGA is finally maybe starting to realize that they can't defend what they've been supporting for years. So instead, they'll just yell and scream and try to get attention. But we'll keep doing it, Gal Pal. I appreciate it. We'll keep doing it because people
Thank you so much for bringing me up. I've been trying for a long time, but you always have magas in the morning, and I can't get in. So,
well, anytime you want to come back, if there's space, I'd like to try to make it open for everybody. But I'll do my best to try to bring up the next
I know
time.
you do. I know you do. Thank you for all that you do. Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Bye-bye.
You have a great night. Bye.
You.
Look who's on camera.
Okay.
Well, there you go.
Ah.
There you go. Uh-oh.
Okay.
Amy Down's stirring one up.
I mean, I do love my bed, but I'd rather be in yours.
What's up? Now, Steve,
yo, buddy.
Look what I did for you, bro.
I see that. Handsome devil.
Man.
Look at his
Come
new
on, bro.
spectacles. Doesn't he look all proper like a whopper?
Amy Dawn, are you a communist?
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Because I feel an
no.
uprising in my lower class.
Scared.
That one, actually,
Why, yo?
it's a good one.
Why? That's crazy.
Yeah, that was pretty good. That was pretty good.
Oh, wow. Okay. Handful, how are you tonight?
Oh,
Handfuls of joy.
whoops. Sorry, I didn't realize I'd requested. I was liking, but I always enjoy your live, Steve. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you very much. You have a good night.
You too.
All right, so everyone in the comments, was it worth the wait? Was it worth the life?
Straight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quit thirst trapping. Anyway.
What happened? What? Look, people got to eat.
Look, listen.
Yum.
Give it.
All right.
Post your Cash App so they can give their dollars and maybe get a pole in your room. Do some pole dancing.
Bye.
I can't read that one either.
Yeah, it was just a few seconds. He just gave us. Walt knows how to market. He gave just a little thirst.
I gave a little taste,
Just enough to wet the whistle. Now he's
Man,
got everybody's attention, and the next time we need people to tap 250.
People are like, that's all they get, Walt? Or now you piss people off.
Hey,
Uncle B,
man,
how are you tonight?
I'm doing just fine. How you doing?
Fine, thank you. What's on your mind, friend?
Well, I voted today. I voted early, and I'm
Nice.
so pumped about what I did. Boy, I voted, so I'm very happy about that.
What state do you live in, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm in Virginia.
Okay.
But I was born and raised in Texas.
Okay.
Yeah, and then also, God damn, I can't. Look, y'all, I got a rare brain disorder, so it takes me time to come up with my thoughts sometimes.
Take your time, brother. We got all night.
Okay. Anyway, I jumped on the live a couple days ago, and the whole panel was going in on Sonya Massey, right? They were saying the cop was justified. And me being an ex-former state trooper, I came on to defend her. I would defend her to my last day when I see people like that coming for her like that. Oh yeah, and the other thing I wanted to say is that I'm a disabled veteran, and I depend on it so much, and we can't let him come in and wreck shit.
Right.
I mean, it's very important to me. So I say that to say, man, let's get out there and put our foot on his neck.
I am with you, friend. Metaphorically speaking, I am with you, friend. No doubt about it. Thank you for your service, Uncle B, and thank you for being here tonight, friend. And thank you for voting.
Appreciate it. All right, I'll talk to y'all later.
You have a good night. love that. Democracy in action. Friend, Walt's Cash App is in his is in a picture right there. Help a friend out. Walt's going through some shit. He's been a friend of our show, and we support Walt. And if any of y'all have got anything you can spare, I would thank you personally. I appreciate that.
Me
Janet,
too.
how are you tonight?
Magical eyes. Look at Walt's cute face.
Hi, Janet. Okay.
Oh, hi, Janet.
Okay. Farmer John. Good evening, Farmer John. How are you tonight? Farmer John.
Crocodile. 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 Crocodile.
Farmer John. Are you there? Farmer John.
Hello.
Okay. I'll bring up Mario. It's been a while since I've talked to Mario. He used to be a frequent visitor. Hey, Mario. How are you, man?
Well, hello. How you doing, Fax?
I'm good, buddy. It's been a minute. I know our time schedules are off a little bit now.
Well, yeah. I have not been on since the last time me and you talked, and I told you my nerves was getting out of whack and everything.
Yeah. How you holding up, brother?
I took a long time off.
Okay.
And I had to get my head right.
Okay.
My anger was getting the best of me, especially talking to these mega people. And I am creeping back into TikTok.
Okay.
And when I say creeping, I come on and I listen for a couple hours and I'll put my phone away for 3 or 4 days. And then I'll get back on. Yeah, I had a nervous breakdown.
Sorry, brother.
And I just had to. I had to get off. And but no, I'm glad to see you.
You too, buddy.
I love y'all to death.
Same here, pal.
And just seeing everything that's happening on TikTok and all the misinformation, it's really hitting me hard right now.
25 days, my dude. 25 days.
Oh, yes. And that's what I'm looking forward to. But I just wanted to come up and say that I have not forgotten you. And like I said, I love you, brother.
You too, buddy.
And
You too.
Peace out, and y'all have a nice one.
Mario, do me a solid, bro. Just message me. Make sure you're doing okay. Because I messaged you a couple times. I didn't hear from you, and I got a little worried. But I'm glad to know you're still around and you're still kicking, bro. So just message me. Just stay in touch, okay?
I sure will, man. I appreciate you.
I got you, buddy.
All
Be
right,
well.
brother.
Take care of yourself. See you later.
You too.
It's been a minute. I'm glad to see him.
Me too. He was a frequent guest of ours in the early days of AUOK.
Yeah.
Coming in hot. How are you tonight?
Good, sir. How are you?
I'm doing fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
Well, it's about to get spicy, and I don't think this gets enough attention. Why does every restaurant continue to put boneless wings on their menu when it's not part of the wing?
It's true. It's not a wing.
I mean, what is it?
True.
I don't know. I don't think anybody knows.
I think they're like accessories that they've decided to kind of combine into one sort of meaty bite and put sauce on it.
I think it's a massive campaign of disinformation.
I completely agree with you.
Someone should call the manager.
I would. Nobody has any answers. I mean, it needs to be stopped. I think it's taken advantage of a lot of people, and it's just not brought up enough.
You have really raised a point that I have not heard not a damn bit about. So I concur. We should be talking about this more. Yes.
Yeah. I'm now I'm suddenly intrigued.
I am flummoxed why it hasn't happened.
Yeah, I mean, there's flats, right? So people get who get wings, right? There's fling.
Yeah,
there's
flats and drums.
Flats and drums, exactly. But then
Which are
there's
the two
the
parts
boneless.
that make up the wing.
Correct.
Boneless is just a breaded chunk of some part of the chicken. I don't even know. It could be, I don't know where it could be. It could be like a like a bottom breast, lower thigh. I don't know.
I think
may
you need
not
to
be a
email
wing
the
at all.
FDA and get them involved. Yeah.
No, we don't want
Well,
them. Those
Well,
three-letter
their track
agencies.
record is pretty bad. So I if they get involved,
Yeah,
but I just wanted to bring it up. I think bringing awareness to people is a good thing.
I
mean, to be
appreciate that,
honest,
friend. Thank you for looking out for humanity. I appreciate you
some
very
days,
much.
I think it's for people who some days are bones days, some days are no bones day, and you have to include everybody. So they made boneless chicken wings because sometimes it's a bones day, sometimes it's a no bones day.
Yeah, we don't want to judge. No ableism when it comes to making decisions about our various chicken. But I appreciate you coming in hot. Thank you for being
No
here.
problem. Have a great night.
You too. See you later.
That was a spicy take. I'll give it to him.
It was indeed.
Yo, mind blown.
Popeye
Nobody's
spicy.
ever thought of no stuff about. Yeah, come on.
All right. I think I have a couple more for you, Amy Don.
Oh Lord, have mercy.
No, I can't do that one.
Nikki's about to quit on it. We have our Discord gagging right now. I think you should definitely keep going because we want to make them completely upchuck.
You're the whipped cream to my coffee. Without you, my life is bitter.
Oh.
Do you wash your pants? Do you wash your pants in Windex? Because I can see myself in them.
I hate you.
What was that?
I know. So I think my Spotify is broken. You're not listed in the hottest singles.
No. Wow. No.
Let's see. Nope, not doing that one either. I'll embarrass myself. I may not be Fred Flintstone, but I'll make your bed rock.
I'm gonna make your bed rock. Lord.
Walt even laughed at that one. See, we got him with that one.
That's wow. Thank you,
Box is
Amber, for
open
the cash app.
if you have something spicy, or if you just have something on your mind you want to get out, off your chest. You look cold. Want to use me as a blanket?
Listen.
Jesus.
Why don't you let me be your personal sealant and fill your crack in?
Hey now. Hi, Jace. How are you tonight?
Hi, are we doing just spicy talk right now, or
Not at all.
Whatever you want to talk
We're not
about.
just spicy talk at all. They're just jokes.
We're just filling the airwaves.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I kind of tuned in a little bit earlier, and then my food came. Was wondering if you were familiar with Dean Withers.
Yeah, no Dean.
And this whole, I guess, if you want to call it a scandal. I see, I see a lot of people on live using him, I think, for views, saying, is he an advocate or a threat, this or that. Kind of just wanted to know what you guys thought based off of those screenshots.
I'm not familiar with that, to be honest. I know of Dean. I know he has gained quite a following. I know that he debated 15 or 20 MAGA. So I don't know all the details.
Right. So Amy, you don't know either about that? I forget who, Bryce Hall, I think, showed screenshots of him.
Yeah, so
saying,
Jace, without knowing, I don't really want to get into it because I don't know the backstory. So I
no,
feel
that's
a little bit.
Totally fine. I know. I don't really want to get into it because I don't want to miss,
Yeah, especially with we don't really talk about other creators.
Right. Well, it's
disparaging.
mostly because I really like Dean and I learn a lot from him. And so I was just curious what you guys thought about that, if you were familiar with the situation.
I'm not. Yeah, I'll do a little bit of research now because I'm just curious, but
Okay.
I don't want to get into this.
And I'll check in with you tomorrow then.
Okay. Well, thank you, Jace. Appreciate
Thanks,
you.
guys. Bye.
You got it. Have a good night. We lost our
I
comment,
feel like
so-
we're in the grown-up old folks home, and she was coming up to ask us if we was hearing what had been going on at the high school.
Yeah, potentially. AJ, how are you tonight?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
Just, something that's been weighing heavy on me is my husband is a federal employee and works for CBP. And so there's been so much misinformation about Sorry if you can hear my cat purring. He just decided to
okay.
lay on me.
No
Um,
worries.
there's just been so much misinformation around the border and FEMA that he's been having to deal with. As you know, he doesn't he's not out in the field. He works in the office, you know, in headquarters. But it's been so stressful as you know a federal family because there's just so much he has to deal with. And um, yeah, and like I was with my family this evening, and they were talking about immigrants and just so much Fox News rhetoric that I was literally about to burst into tears because like I can't believe my family has gone down this rabbit hole. And my husband even spoke up and was like, "Hey, this is all false. Like this is not true. Like I literally deal with this every single day." And they were like, "Well, you don't know what you're talking about." And it's so frustrating because even in like the VP debate, they were like, "Don't trust the experts, trust me and Trump." And it was uh, like seriously, like this is what we're gonna do now. We're not gonna trust the people who know what they're talking about. We're only gonna listen to Trump and Vance, and it just makes me so mad. And like I feel like I need to cut off my family at this point, which is terrifying and sad because like the whole like my husband and I just moved back to my hometown to be around my family to help have a support system, and now they're like actively voting against us. And one thing that we're really concerned about is if Republicans get into office, there's already been bills put forward to remove telework and remote work. And that's what we are. He's remote work. So if they get into office, we're going to have to move back to DC, and that just really sucks. And like I don't think my parents realize how much this affects us. And like it breaks my heart because like we spent all this money to move closer so my parents could see their grandkids grow up, and it feels like all for naught, and it feels like they don't care about my kids. So it just like I'm sorry to like bring down the mood and
Don't apologize.
No, that's real.
you know
Don't apologize.
it's just weighing heavy on my heart. And like my whole family is MAGA, and I don't have anybody to talk to about it. And like I'm the black sheep of my family, and they all talk about me behind my back saying I'm a stupid liberal. And like it's just frustrating because like I just want what's best for my kids, and they don't see it that way. They think I'm just trying to get a handout, or you know, just the stupid BS that they spew on their propaganda networks. And
Are you able
I
to
just,
talk to
I just,
them? Are
I'm
you
sorry.
able to? Are you able to Are you able to tell them that just how you just told us here in the moment? My heart hurts hearing you talk. I can't imagine that if you told them just how you told us, that their heart wouldn't stop its cognitive dissonance for even just a half a second. Have you been able to have a conversation like that at all?
Yeah, so that's the problem is anytime I try to talk to them about it, they tell me I don't know what I'm talking about, that I need to just like I'm 31, and so they're like you don't know what you're talking about because you haven't lived life, and you need to respect your elders and you need to listen to what we're saying because we know what we're talking about. We've lived longer. And I'm like, no, you don't. Like you really don't know anything. And like I'm a stay-at-home mom, so I spend most of my time around my kids and listening to people like Facts on TikTok and getting information so that I know what I'm talking about. Because as an educator,
Yeah.
Facts and I talked the other day, like as an educator, my whole life revolves around learning and helping other people learn. And it's
It's not
just
about
like
education for them though, AJ. That's where you're getting frustrated because you're arguing a game that they're not playing. It's not about education. It's about their emotions because their emotions is what has them with a broken amygdala, not able to hear the pain in your voice, right? And still have to fix their brain to have the confirmation bias and double down and not allow any new things into the framework they've already developed. I say it all the time, right? So where they are vulnerable though is their love for you. I got to believe that, right? Like instead of arguing and coming at them with facts, come at them with here's how this harms me, the person you say you love and care about. Here's how this harms me. Do you care about me?
yeah. Yeah, and I think that's how it's gonna have to be when I talk to like when I try to talk to my parents about it. And I know my dad is a little more open minded than my mom is, and it's hard because like my mom is my best friend, but like I can't. Her and I got into a major argument about trans rights, and I like we my mom and I never really fight, but we like got in a heated argument about it. And I told her, I was like, we can't have these conversations anymore because if you're just going to be completely closed off and not even willing to try, like to understand, well, not even understand, because like you're never going to understand what a person in the LGBTQIA community goes through, but just even just accepting that, like it, like they're people, like don't dehumanize them. So we don't talk politics, my mom and I, but like my dad's a little more open, and he said to me after the presidential debate how he couldn't even watch it with my mom because she kept making comments, and it just frustrates me because like this is our future, and I know they want what's best for their grandkids because like they my kids are their only grandkids right now, and it really hurts my heart that they are you know actively harming my children in this
Share your
way.
heart
AJ,
with
it's an
share your
interesting
heart with
it's
them.
a spot
Yeah.
that you're in that I think is because I think it's we want to say I'm gonna be careful how I say this because it's emotional. It's easy it's easy to say they want what's best for for their grandchildren, but they're not acting that way.
Yeah.
They're not acting that way. So,
Yeah.
and I agree with Baby Dawn. It's the conversation can't be about the immigration and or whatever else it might be because it's irrelevant. They've already made up their mind. It doesn't sound like their minds are going to be changed. So it's really up to you to say if you want a relationship with me and if you want a relationship with your grandchildren, then these things that you're saying to me and about me are harmful. So we either have to come up with some terms and or conditions that we have conversations, or I can't be in your life and therefore my grandchildren can't be in your life. So
Yeah.
I mean I can't imagine being in that position. But it just seems like you should not you cannot give up yourself. We talked about this many times about the obligation that you feel to keep this relationship intact, like the
Yeah.
obligation you feel so that your kids can have a relationship with their grandparents, but at what cost?
Yeah,
Right.
at some point you have to say, yeah, at what cost, and put yourself first. And it's, this is going to happen. These are the consequences of the boundaries I've set, and I'm choosing not to accept living this way. I won't.
Yeah. And I think that's the hardest part is like it is affecting my mental health and my husband's mental health so much, and like I'm already in intensive therapy for my depression, and I don't need to make this worse with all of this stuff, but it just lays so heavy on my heart because this is like my whole life revolves around my kids right now. Like I'm stay-at-home mom, so literally everything is mom, and my husband works for the federal government, so there's literally like this is our entire livelihood, this is our entire life, this is everything we've worked for about, like potentially could just go down the toilet, and it's just it's really frustrating, and I just needed to talk to like-minded people who understand where I'm coming from, and I don't have that where I live. We live in near Pittsburgh, and in a very very red county near Pittsburgh, and every time I see a Trump sign I just want to punch it because I'm like,
Yeah.
these people, like they just don't get it, they really don't get it, and it's just it's heartbreaking. And I know I've been seeing the comments, and I just want to say to everybody, I really appreciate it. I really appreciate all the nice comments and all the
But
people
choose
saying,
yourself, AJ. Choose yourself and your children, because what you allow will persist. And don't let some self-imposed burden of because they're who they are, they deserve grace beyond what you would give grace to anyone for. Like that is no. I mean, no, you don't have to subject yourself to trauma from a traumatized source if you choose not to. Like you You can say, no, I'm not going to accept that. And if you don't want to enter into a conversation where you are putting my peace and love for me, number one in that conversation, then we don't have anything to talk about. And that's for you to figure out what you need to do.
That's right.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it.
AJ,
And
anytime.
Fax,
You know where to find us.
yeah, and Fax, I just want to say thank you for having this platform, and even the people in the comments who were saying, mean things like Pete, go away. Nobody wants you here. Don't be a jerk. Thank you. Thanks, Steve. Thanks, Amy
I
Dawn.
appreciate you very
Thanks,
much,
Walt.
AJ.
You are
Thanks,
on the
guys.
right side of history, and know that you're loved. Okay.
Yeah, and that's one thing my husband and I talk about too, is he has a degree in history, and so he talks about how, like his whole thesis was on like the Third Reich and that kind of stuff, and so he's like, this is history repeating itself. We can't be a part of it, and I'm like, yeah, you're right. You're 100% right. This is literally history repeating
And
itself.
we'll be okay. We'll all be okay.
That's
Let
what I
your
keep
heart
telling
not be
myself.
heavy. Let your heart not be heavy, friend. We are not
It
going
already,
anywhere. And we're going to keep
it
fighting.
already
And we're
feels.
going
Sorry, go ahead.
No,
It
no.
already
What were you going to
feels
say, AJ?
100 times lighter. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Anytime. You know where to find me, and I appreciate you very much for the support. And we
Thank you. I
got you.
appreciate you guys too. Thank you.
You got it. See you later.
Yeah. Job security, my
Big hi, David. How are you tonight? Oh, okay. Didn't catch that.
Armand's did.
Yeah.
Quick
Aldo,
on the trigger.
How are you tonight? Aldo? Aldo, are you there? Okay.
Okay.
So, it's like those conversations just hurt, man. It's just like
It's rough. This is what I'm telling you is in my practice, Steve. These folks are coming in with their hearts heavy because of all this. And this is the level of just unempathetic, just trauma that the entire country is undergoing because of this whole situation that we're in. And who do we have to look to as the not to blame, because I'm not even about blaming, but like the buzzword of the trending buzzword, permission structure that this man has provided for the most basest of humanity behavior.
Hi, Cage.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? You having a
Good.
good evening? I topic. Hi.
What's on your mind tonight, friend?
Oh, I'm election weary. So when I saw not too much spicy, I was so appreciative. I've been working on a discussion questions. I told you the other day I'm working on my MBA. Now I'm starting to look into my LSAT. So I'm a little tired. I just wanted to just come up here and give a little love to everybody. I'm not here.
You can use some love, Kate.
Awesome.
Just a little love, a little light to everybody because things are so heavy right now. My dad's having a biopsy done on Monday. We already know that it's cancer. They're just going to see what they have to do for it. But, I want you guys to know, thank you. I want you guys to know that no matter what, we all just have to stick together on this one because a lot of people, I've lost so many conservative friends. I am not kidding. I mean, we just cannot agree to disagree. I have actually had people say this is God's will. And I'm like, I thought we went to church together. I could have swore we served the same God, but and so I just want to extend a little light, a little love, and to say to everyone on here that there are some of us out there who can agree to disagree. We're logical. We can be emotional when we need to be. But I wanted to say to the lady who was on before, my heart goes out to you because I know a lot of people are fighting for their parents. And I was in an interracial marriage. I was lucky because my in-laws were pretty nice. Okay. Not so much towards the divorce, but things have settled down now. But I can tell you, I do understand having to have the conversation of putting your foot down when it comes to your beliefs and your boundaries. You have to do that for your children, for yourself, for your mental health. I have let these friends go. Some of them One of them was there when my youngest daughter was born, when she's 20 years old now. And it's hard. It's hard to see people that you thought were your friends literally turn around and tell you they're going to vote for someone that's going to personally change my life. You know, being a Black female in America, I'm just like, this is not going to be good for me having to live under Project 2025 if he wins. I've already started talking to my 70-something-year-old parents about, if he wins, how do I navigate a racist society? I've had to have that conversation with my parents. How am I going to navigate that? So I want you guys to know that, at least for my part, I'm going to be on the right side of history, because my goal in life is to make sure that even if I don't agree with you, you still have the right to be an idiot. You know what I mean? I tell people that I don't have to agree with you, but more importantly, law school is next for me. I want to study international law. Keep in mind that even though it's a small portion of the community that really still feels like this, that wants to go backwards, there are more people out there who want to go forward. There are more people out there who want peace. They want to have a life that's not filled with all of this hatred and all of this animosity. They really and truly want to live in a world where they have bodily autonomy to marry who they want and, you know, live how they want. And there are some of us out there who are fighting for that. I will be in the voting booth making sure of that, because I was overseas when they decided not to count the military's vote when Al Gore was supposed to be president. So I personally will not, and I told my parents this because my mom was like, are you going to do this early voting, sending in your ballot? I said, no, I will personally walk in and put my ballot in, because I remember what it was like to have my ballot thrown out because it had come too late past the deadline, and we were military. Okay? So I go into that booth and I make sure I vote, and I make sure I watch them put my ballot into that box to make sure it counts.
Yep, same. I love putting it in the machine and having it do the thing. That's, yes.
So I'm not going to stay up here long, guys. I just wanted to give some love. And I just wanted to say, as always, Facts, you are awesome. You are an amazing person. Your panel is always great. I can't wait until we can have another discussion where I can be one of your panel guests. But like I said, I just wanted to extend some love, because I think there's so little of it right now, and too many people are angry, too many people are afraid, too many people are unsure and uncertain. But there are people out there like Facts, like myself, who are looking out for everyone and not just ourselves.
And those are the people I want to make sure we take to the polls with us and that they vote. That's the thing. There is more of us than them there. Now we just need to make sure those of us, all of us, get there to have our voices heard.
Cage, I want to say this because I think it's really, really important that we say this. So many times, at least in modern American history, but in most of our history, Black women have saved us from ourselves. So many times. And the ask is always there. And yet you don't get what you deserve in return, because the rest of us are apathetic, because the rest of us will find something to complain about. So the examples that you give, you are literally voting for your life. You are literally voting for your life. And some people on the left, may be a little bit, fuzzy about something, or I'm unsure, or it could be Israel, Palestine, or whatever it is. With due respect to my panelists and people listening, fuck y'all. Time for us to step up and do what Black women by and large have done for the rest of us. So thank you, Cage.
And we appreciate it. I can tell you.
I followed you,
ahead. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say, this is the first year all three of my daughters are old enough to vote, and they are going to vote. The first election.
My daughter just screenshotted me her voter registration the other day. I'm so happy for your daughters too. That's great.
I'm so proud of them, because they all know that their reproductive rights were on the chopping block and they were gone. And my oldest daughter and my middle daughter, my youngest is in Germany, but she's still going to vote. Now, guys, there's no excuse, because she's still making sure her ballot gets in. Just remember this, and I appreciate the fact that you're supporting us as Black women, we're still always going to be the ones to fight because that's what we know to do. And we understand that even there was an article in Time magazine that said we're always the first to fight and we still don't have anything for it or have anything to show for it. That's not true because we have Kamala Harris to show for it.
Ketanji Brown
And
Jackson,
see, that's
Jasmine Crockett.
Yep.
I cannot
Those
wait
are the
to have Kamala Harris sworn in by Ketanji Brown Jackson on Martin Luther King's birthday.
I know.
Me too.
All that.
So, whenever you guys feel kind of like, oh, we got to do this, trust me, you guys are more supportive than a lot of people out there who are doing the lip service. And yes, we have Kamala Harris, we have Ketanji Brown, we have Ketanji Jackson Brown. Remember, we got to add that
Ketanji Brown Jackson
name, And then we have Jasmine Crockett, but there are all those other people out there who are nameless, faceless. And don't forget Stacey Abrams, who really got royally screwed. She's always been on the front line. My thing is this, and I'll close with this. As long as we all understand that Project 2025 doesn't just affect me, it affects us all. I tell people this a lot, and I want you guys to think about this, and Walter will probably agree with me. We are the blueprint of what's to come. That's why we fight so hard, because if you show apathy towards what we're going through, remember, we're the blueprint. What they do to us is coming for you next. And that's what happened in 2. We tried to tell white women in particular, look, this isn't about us, this is about you. Yep. And look at what happened. We're the blueprint. Always remember that. Whatever you see the powers that be do to the BIPOC community and the LGBTQA plus community, that's coming for you guys next. That's why we're always on the front lines, because it's bad enough it's happening to us, but when it happens to everyone, there'll be no one there to fight and to change things. So that's why we're always on the front line. You guys got to get that. We are the blueprint. What they do to us, eventually they will do to you. Why? Because they already know that it works.
And we don't have the option of not going and staying in the fight and taking a few hits, right? We got to take some hits. We got to be able to take some hits, especially as palm colored people. Like this is just, it's too important.
Yes. Thanks, guys. I'm sending more love. Thank you, guys. Have a fantastic Friday. I'm going to drop.
You, you too. Always good to see you. Thank you very much.
Good to see you too.
Love Cage.
Love her. Amazing too. Like she's Gen X getting her law degree. Hello. Never too late to do what you are passionate about.
She's right though. Nailed it. Olivia, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing? You seem like
fine, thank you.
Nice person, man.
Thank you. What's on your mind tonight?
On my mind is like I want there's like 250 people watching. Go on YouTube and watch how is the abortion conducted after like 6 months.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Have a good night.
Gross. I was wondering.
Hi, Frodo.
Hey, Sheila. Oh my gosh.
Hey, Frodo.
How's you doing?
Long time no see.
Sheila, it was funny that I thought I saw your name roll through earlier, and I'm like, are we going to get a visit? And I'm thinking, yeah, you better. Right, we're going to get a visit. Hi.
Yay. Hi. I couldn't even tap the screen because I'll be honest with you, I was soaking in the tub after work. I got a job.
Okay.
It's been about a month.
All right. Spicy.
And I don't know, about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, I decided to take a break from the TikTok machine just because it was so...
Sometimes you need to. It's all
yeah,
right.
It was so intensively hateful sometimes, People are just delusional. I don't know how to process it. I will tell you, the lady that was on, I was listening, and thankfully I was in the tub because y'all were being awfully dirty.
Wow.
It was just Amy Dawn. It wasn't me or Walt. It was just Amy Dawn.
What?
Yep.
Yeah, it was all her.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Usually is.
No, that poor woman from Pennsylvania, I get it. Because I will tell you, it is maddening for me. The night my son was killed, Donald Trump lied about the incident on his Twitter account, and it unleashed all kinds of hell onto me and my kids. And it was a blatant, horrible lie before any investigation had been done. And all of the supporters of his completely blacklisted us because they believe the lie. And they know me personally. I've got family members I have not talked to since the week after my son was killed because of Donald Trump and his lie. They were choosing to believe him over family. And we've been to court. We've seen the evidence. He blatantly lied about it. And people are choosing to believe that lie, even after it's been disproven. It's like some mass delusion, and I don't understand it. It actually is scary to me.
It is. I mean, you get people in these lives that come up and still victim blame when we point out what he's been adjudicated of, right? Like, what?
Yeah.
Fix your face to do that? Really? No.
Yeah, I feel really, really bad for that woman because I'm feeling it too. I get it. It's absolutely horrific that people will turn their back on their own family to worship this man. I don't understand it.
Yeah, it's I don't get it. It's like something I've never seen. And I forgot what live it was in. I was on a panel and I was having a conversation, and then I think it was Mishi's, and she asked this supporter, what would you do? What can Donald Trump do to lose your vote? And he said nothing. And he said to himself out of his own mouth that only way that he would not vote for him is if Trump unalived him, took his life.
Wow.
I mean, look what Jim Jones was able to do. I mean, that's what we're dealing with, right? Like, that's it. That's all.
And look at 40s Germany, right? I mean, look what that guy was able to do.
Yeah.
It's insane.
People are very wounded, and when people are wounded, they're much more susceptible to that type of thinking. And yeah, it's a whole thing, and it's sad.
You know, Sheila, it's like, again, for those of us that we said this earlier, I don't mean to repeat it, but those of us that are empaths will never understand it. And quite frankly, I'm glad I'll never understand that level of whatever it might be. But our society has to recover from this, right? So that's why it's people like us, the collective us, that have to stand up against this stuff. We can't let them win. They're trying to exhaust us. They're trying to wear us out. They're trying to beat us down. And you know, I completely appreciate what Cage said. And yeah, the black women and then the next marginalized group in line are the blueprints for how they want to reshape the society. And I keep saying this, but it's my fault. I'm a palm-colored cis hetero male in society. I've created this system, and we gotta stop. We gotta stand up against it. So Amy Dunn and I tried to do this live a couple weeks back, or whenever it was last week, about white men's voices matter. The whole point behind that was it's us that have to speak out.
That was on a Friday night. I saw that.
It's us that have to speak out against this system. It's those of us that are the ones that have created it, and the people, we have privilege. I was born with privilege just because of who I am, what I look like, and my skin tone. It's those of us that have to use our privilege to fight back against the bullshit.
Yep.
It's not going to end. It's just not going to end unless we do. But the power that we have collectively to kind of to change this, and I'm not giving up. I've got 3 kids. I was going to say my boys, 2 boys and my daughter, and it's about their future. It's about Walt's family. It's about your family, Sheila. It's about Amy Dawn's family. It's about the collective. It's about all of us. If there's a commonality between people who want to change things, if we can't prioritize human rights, and what the fuck is the point? What's the point?
Yeah.
And Sheila, people like you who continue, even though you have had to live the consequences of the hate and vitriol that has infected this country because of that Orange Tangelo, a large in part, again, not blaming, but it's been a movement that's come to fruition of it, right?
Right.
So, people like you who went through the worst loss that you could imagine, and then are still have the courage to speak that loss over and over and tell people, look, this is not okay. These things impact people's lives in a way that is, it's just not okay. We're better than that as humans. At least we better be. And if not, why not?
I'm just tired of people suffering because of lies. I'm tired of people's pain being a choice that their elected officials are making to intentionally harm them. It's just disgusting. And, people say what you want about, Washington's broken. Sure, of course it is. But there's people that I genuinely believe that there are people there that want to do good for people. Could we look at elected officials, somebody like a Max Frost or somebody like a Jasmine Crockett or somebody like, a Katie Porter? These people want to govern and help people. And that's the role. That's the role the government can play in our lives. And we want to get caught up in all this nonsense about, MTG saying that Democrats can control the weather and people actually believing that shit and the harm that it causes. I mean, Donald Trump's lies have caused people in Florida and North Carolina to not request aid from FEMA because they believed him that there was no more money left, and now they're angry. And instead of just trying to help themselves because the government support will be there to help, they won't do it. And they will lose their lives because of it. It's not a joke. It's not a joke. It's not. Hi, Jess.
Hi. Hi, guys. So I just wanted to jump on. Steve, I love you so much. I appreciate...
We love you.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Amy. I appreciate this live more than anything. I just... I don't get on very often and say how I feel, and I feel like I was waiting until like last minute, and I was like, you know what, I just need to get on because following like basically with the line of like what everybody's been saying this week has been like especially frustrating for me. Like there are a lot of people that I've come in contact with that I used to have like the utmost respect for, that I didn't realize their opinion because they never obviously said it out loud. That have just been outrageous over I feel like this past week, everybody has just like gone cuckoo. And I'm kind of grateful for it because now I know where they stand. And for those of you who don't know, my daughter is Black, and having to fight for her is like my main thing. And I'll just tell you.
Same. Yeah.
It's crazy because the microaggressions that I get from people who, when they say things and I look at them and I'm like that, my kid's right here, right? Like, I don't understand how you don't understand how that's not offensive. You know what I mean? But they don't understand that. It's like something in their brain that it's because of what they're listening to and what they're indoctrinated with, And my boyfriend, when I first started dating him, his family is they're very heavy Trump supporters, very, very heavy Trump supporters. And he was indoctrinated with that. He didn't know any different. He didn't have the correct information. And slowly but surely, after 2 years now, we were at a crossroads, and I was basically like, if you vote for Trump, I can't be with you. And I hate to say that because it sounds terrible.
Yeah, you have to say that. Like, there's a line, and that's it for me. Well, no.
Yeah, and he's now at a point, after listening to Steve's live and after listening to RJ and after listening to all the people that he sat on the lives with, he is now going to be voting for Kamala Harris. So for me, it's a fucking win. And I just had to tell that story because, and I'm going to get emotional because if it weren't for you guys, I wouldn't be at that point with him. So I appreciate you guys and what you do. And don't, when you get to like the end of the road where you feel like you just want to give up because it's fucking frustrating, please don't, because these are the people that you change minds for.
I'm not giving up. Too much to
I'm
fight
not
for.
giving up.
Stories like you just told, Jess. That's why. I mean, the thousands of people that we've spoken to, and to have that kind of impact, that's. I am more motivated. Let's do another 9 hours tonight. I'm ready. Let's fucking go.
Let's go all night if we can get. It doesn't matter to me. But you speak to it like it's the conversations we have within our circles of influence that are going to matter. And yes, a lot of these conversations, you're going to hit a brick wall. Every once in a while, though, you're going to change a mind, and it's worth it to keep talking. And I know it's exhausting and I know it's frustrating. Best believe it is work, but this is not a time to sit out. And I think it's just, thank you, Jess, for sharing that so much, because yes. And let me tell you, as the mother of an also biracial daughter who the world looks at as a black woman.
Yep.
No, what you're not going to do is take away the rights of my daughters. You're not going to take away the rights of my sons. No, you're just not. I'm going to be okay, right? I'm done having kids.
Yeah.
I'm also palm colored. Like I can pretty much rest into my privilege the rest of my life because, I'm good. Like I've got my career. Like I'm good. This is not for me. But if I don't fight this, I've got to fight this for them. And I may as well just give it up completely if I'm not, right? Like those are.
And Amy, even more than you, no matter what happens on November 5th, I'll be fine as a palm colored cis hetero male in America. I'll be totally fine. So what am I going to do with that? What am I choosing to do with that power?
You're doing it.
Post these lives for one.
It's so crazy because and you're so right. It's like a lot of the people that I've ended up deleting on social media or arguing with are people who are complaining that they're struggling, but yet going on 2 vacations a year to like these beautiful places and like posting. And not to say that they shouldn't do that, but like how are you complaining?
Able to afford that? Yeah.
Exactly.
To be struggling.
But you're paying $30 for a gallon of eggs. It makes no sense to me. Like I don't. You're
buying $400 pair of shoes from Trump's
or
thing.
$10,000 or $100,000 watch. Yeah, like I can't.
Or $25 box of cereal.
It doesn't make any sense to me. And it's like I do well for myself. Yes, I have gotten myself here, but I would give. If I could live a normal life and give to people who need it, I would. And I don't understand the line of logic of people who are like, I need it all for me, all for me, all for me. And I'm like, I understand that everybody has to live for themselves, but like, I mean, why do we want to watch the rest of the world struggle? Like, and why are people simping for billionaires? It makes no sense to me. They can give up one of their fucking 30 yachts that they have to help lower and middle class get up.
Performative outrage is a terrible drug. That's why.
Gross.
So since you're sending some love, Jess, without Jess in our community, we would not have the YouTube stream that is currently running on her computer. So thank you for that very, very much.
Getting shit done.
Getting shit done. And also, like, I think I owe you and Erica thanks for helping us do our event on Sunday night at 5 p.m., which is the A Storm Foretold. And we're going to do that little broadcast in our Discord channel. You guys can tell me what I need to know about it so I can tell other people, but thank you very much for doing that too. So you have not been part of our family for a long time, but it feels like I've known you forever. So thank you for what you do.
We were just talking about you today. Steve and I were before the show when we were doing our show prep, and I was like, our team is amazing, and can we just give you some love, because we've been talking about this YouTube live thing for the better part of a year, and you just made it happen in the short time you've been with us. So holy buckets, we love you to pieces.
Well, it's the least I can do for what you guys are doing for the greater good, and that's my contribution so that you guys can continue this.
We're a community in this together. We would not be together. We are one.
I love you guys.
You need to go, and you need to go shopping, Jess. And you need to go shopping, and you know what I'm talking about. So get that done. Okay.
Yes, I need it.
And Jess, I followed you.
Oh yay! Thanks. All right, I love you guys. I'm gonna get off.
Love you, Jess. Love you too. See you later.
Bye.
What do you mean leave her alone? What are you talking about? Where did that come from? Like, that came way out the dugout. Why do I? What's the problem?
You don't need any more virtual children.
I was
Oh
kidding.
my
I was
God.
kidding, mods.
Yeah.
I was not going for another 9 hours. I'm cooked.
Oh,
Haven't been feeling so hot,
Mom
so
was
I'm
freaking
but
out.
that's
Huh?
how
They was like, "Oh shit, what?"
I know,
What
right?
happened?
So as is always the case, whenever we wrap, people that are on the panel get last word. So Sheila, how would you like to close tonight?
I just want to re-emphasize what everyone else says, that you're like a hero on this app for me, because I don't know how you do it. I do not know how you get on here as often as you are and have these discussions, because for me, even watching is exhausting. It's like, oh my gosh, it's extremely hard. And I don't know if anybody realizes how hard that must be for you, but so much love to you. And I appreciate you letting me on, and I appreciate all of you so much. So I'm going to drop, but I appreciate the opportunity to talk again. And
Again, I'm going to say it. The man flat out lied about my son the night my son died. And I don't understand how people who are in my family, they just don't care. They just do not care. They're going to vote for him no matter what.
Sheila,
So
before
I'm
you
telling the
go,
audience, don't be one of those people. Please open your mind, look at the facts. The facts
before
matter.
you go, would you like to just say his name? Because if you want to share your story, folks can.
Garrett Foster.
Yeah, there you go. So if y'all want to look it up, yeah.
Yeah.
Love you, Sheila.
So
thank you so much.
y'all have a
Thank
good
you
night.
so much for coming back
Hug,
and
Sheila.
visiting.
You're
Love
welcome.
you.
See y'all later.
Give Frodo kisses for us all.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye, Sheila. Walt, thanks for being here, friend. What's on your mind? I want to
Thanks,
wrap.
brother. My final words, it might be a little off from the whole political stuff, even though it's important and we must do what we can to show up and show out this November. I just want to let everybody know, man, thank you for all the love and support you have given me. Honestly, I feel like I don't deserve it, and I feel like I'm just an average guy, but you guys have shown me that that I matter. And I want to let you guys know that I appreciate all of you. Please, life is short for all the petty, small shit, please. Like the infighting amongst mutuals, the talking behind each other's back and doing all that silly shit we used to do in high school is played. Please, show love to one another, kindness. You never know what somebody's going through. I laugh and I joke on here all the time when I do my lives and all that, but I am not okay. And had it not been for you guys allowing me to get up here, take my mind off some things, and showing all the love that you show means more to me than you guys will ever know. So I love y'all. Thank you for having me up here. I'm going to stay up here until you close down, but I love each and every last one of y'all.
Back at you, brother. Thank you. AD.
Well, thank you for having the courage to come up and ask for help. We talked about it today. That's what builds friendships is and trust in those friendships is having the courage to ask for help and letting the people who love you show up for you. And so I'm so glad that you had the courage to do that today. So thank you all for supporting Walt, our friend. And please, we have 25 days. Continue to have these conversations. I implore you all, stop letting them play in your face like this is a normal conversation. Stop letting them play in your face about we should normalize ugly. No, we are not. What we are not going to do anymore, and what I am not going to do anymore, is have conversations with people like this is somehow a normal conversation. No. So we have 25 days. Have the conversations with the people that you think you can reach, that you can get on the empathy level with, because somewhere in there, if you can find their empathy, maybe, just maybe, you give them the permission structure to do the right thing when they get in the booth. 25 days. Don't boo, vote.
Well said, AD. I'm humbled by the amount of great things that people say about what we've done here. We've created this as a community. The best way you can show your support for me, for our community, for our love, is to get to the polling location, get to the voting booth, bring a friend, make sure your friends and neighbors are registered. People that have never voted before, ask them why. Tell them that you'll help. Vote.org, you can check your voter registration. Do not let people tell you you do not have a right to vote. There's people throughout the history of the world that have lost their lives over the simplest thing that people take for granted. We as a country struggle to get 65% of our population that are registered to vote. That has to change. You want to do me a solid? If you think that I do you a solid daily, and that's great, I'm glad it's working, then return the favor in kind by being active, by not being complacent, by not being apathetic, by using your voice, not just on election day, every day in between. You see injustice, do something about it. You want change, do something about it. You want a different society, do something about it. Love you all very, very much. I appreciate you. Thank you, mods. Sunday night, October 13th, this coming Sunday, 5 p.m. Eastern time in our Discord. We will be streaming A Storm Foretold. I'll keep you updated on the Apprentice movie as soon as we have information about that. I'll keep you posted there as well. We are going to raid our friend Ari, A-R-I. Tell her we